Regular meeting of the planning board of the Township Committee. Pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act and laws of 1975, the public has been notified that the planning board will meet on March 20th, 2019 in Town Hall. Middletown Planning Board notified the Independent, Star Ledger, and the Tudor Times on November 15th, 2018. Notice the meeting was filed with the Township Clerk and posted in Town Hall on November 15th, 2019. All notification of this meeting is given pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act and is immediately held privately. Roll call, please.
Mr. Diaz?
Here.
Mr. Rajan?
Here.
Mr. Colangelo?
Here.
Mr. Wilton?
Here.
Mr. Mercies?
Here.
Mr. Gray? Mr. Krupi? Ms. Snell? Here. Mr. Ziplicki? Mr. Burson?
Here. Please rise and salute the flag.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're done. Thank you. Certainly. Approval of minutes, February 6, 2019. Approval of resolutions, none at this time. Open meeting to the public for non-agenda items. Administrative matters, payment of vouchers. Old business, 2016-43 block, 1002, lot 75 LLC, 824 Nutswamp Road, located in the R30 zone. The application will not be heard and is carried to April 17, 2019. The applicant's attorney will renotice.
There'll be new publication, new notice, and in a while, and the applicant's going to be noticed.
2018-103 Golden Rule Property Solutions, Block 1618, Lot 14, located in the R22 zone, 1275 Green Oak Boulevard. Applicant is proposing to subdivide the property into 2 separate lots. This was carried from the February 20th meeting. We've heard testimony about that. Then 2018-204 Fairview Crematory, Block 865, Lot 136, located in the R22 zone. The application will not be heard tonight. There is no date set, and the applicant will have to renotice if and when the planning board is required to hear it. In new business, we have 2019-200 Village 35 LP, Block 825, lots 53 and 53 to 57, 58 to 68, 69.01, 72 to 79 and 81, located in the Circus Liquors Redevelopment area, 761, 853, Route 35. Applicant is requesting preliminary and major subdivision and major site plan in accordance with the Circus Liquor Redevelopment Plan. And may the record show that Mr. Bray walked in.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion for approval of the minutes of February 6, 2019.
Motion for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Wood. No resolutions this evening. This is a meeting for the public for non-agenda items this evening. Yes, sir.
I 377 Oakdale Road, Red Bank, New Jersey. I'd like to take 2 minutes of your valuable time and the time of the folks here to talk about an item not on the agenda. As I understand it, that would be 822 Nut Swamp Road. So here's the statement I would like to read to the record. The 822 Nut Swamp Road is 1.1 kilometers and 0.7 miles from the proposed Fairview Crematorium to almost precisely 1 mile.
Stop. If you're referring to 824 Nut Swamp Road, that's an agenda item being carried.
I said 822. I think that's about the purpose of 822.
Well, I'm not sure where 820, what is 822 Nut Swamp Road? What is that?
That would be on next to 820 Nut Swamp Road.
Is there an 822 Nut Swamp Road application?
No, this is 824, which is the old garden center.
But then you started to refer to Fairview. So I think in general the word got out. I filed a lawsuit. I got an injunction. Mr. Steib, I'm representing Fairview, and I worked out the terms of an injunction. The judge signed a court order on Monday, and this matter is enjoined from going forward. That means them, that means us, that means you. So there's no hearing. And you can't talk tonight about Fairview when Fairview isn't here. Likewise, Fairview can't come to a meeting and talk about and violate the injunction. So they can't talk without you being here. You can't talk without them being here. The board can't discuss it. I recognize that you have sent out packages to some or all of the board members. The board members are to ignore that. Any submissions on the Fairview application as it moves to a public hearing, if it ever moves to a public hearing, have to be submitted at this meeting and put into evidence at a meeting, or distributed earlier and sent to the board, not to people's homes. You can't do that. You're not, I've tried to go through this. Even if you get your goal, which obviously would seem to be stopping me, if the board were so inclined, if hypothetical, if that was the end result of the hearings, you're jeopardizing that result. Because the applicant is going to turn around and say, the board was unduly influenced outside the public meeting with documents sent to people's houses and testimony or other statements made upon the record. So, I know last time you said you had a First Amendment right, you don't. This is a hearing. Consider these people up here to be judge and jury over a hearing. You don't hear things outside everything's got to be heard in front of this panel, sitting up here, recorded, documented, orderly, pursuant to the court order. It's an injunction. So you have to stop. You just have to stop. You can't talk about it. All right? I mean, that's just life. That's life. You're not enjoying it, but the board has to follow the rules of the municipal land use. The board can't go in and seek an injunction and say, you know what, they're not going to come, but we're going to let other people get up and beat them up when they're not here. You can't do it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? Okay. Moving to administrative matters, vouchers.
Okay. Reviewing the payment of vouchers for March 20th, 2019. I only have one set, which is for the planning board for a total of $3,423.25. For the planning board, I make a motion to pass that for $3,423.25. I make a motion to pass it.
Second. Good. All in favor?
Aye.
So carried. So that brings us to Golden Rule Property Solutions, 2018-103.
Going to have to use a microphone, please.
My name is Richard Scuria. I'm the attorney for Golden Rule Property Solutions. We're here on a continuation of the application. If I could just provide the board with a brief history of what happened last meeting. We had the application, we presented the testimony of the applicant and the surveyor here in Stockton. It's for proposed to subdivide the property into two separate lots, and we also were required to have a variance for insufficient lot frontage on one of the lots. After the testimony was presented of the applicant and Mr. Stockton, there were some public comments concerning the application. The public comments concerned mainly stormwater management, which was addressed by our surveyor, Mr. Stockton. And there were also comments from the Middletown Park citizens concerning historical preservation of the site. Based on those comments, I requested that the board carry this matter, and I think that was in conjunction with the board attorney, to allow myself to speak with the historical preservation specialist that was here to testify and is here today from the Middletown Park System to work out those issues. I'm pleased to report that we were able to work out those issues with the historical aspects of the site, and there is a plan to do a historical review or a site inspection in May, covering approximately a week. I have worked out agreements with Kristen Norwood, who is the historical preservation specialist, as well as Mount College, working together. We're just finalizing the identification language, but we're in agreement in the principle and the scope of the historical aspect of the site. Additionally, as to the stormwater management and the issues presented by the public, it's my understanding that Mr. Stockton has been working with your board engineer to make sure we comply with all stormwater management issues. So based upon the outstanding issues from the last hearing, it will be our position that we have addressed them, and we're here today to seek approval of our application. We respectfully request approval subject to, obviously, the conditions of the stormwater management from your board engineer, Robert Keating, the conditions of the historical preservation specialist, Kristen Norwood, about going and doing a historical review before the land is disturbed, and any other conditions that the board deems necessary or professionals deem necessary for review and approval. I have Mr. Stockton here to testify, and also Ms. Norwood can testify as well, or you can just submit based upon my representation. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll start with Mr. Stockton.
Well, I think he's saying he's not.
Right.
If you want anybody to testify, they're here.
Right, I'm sorry, they're here to testify if necessary. I think that all these issues have been completed. But if the board wants to hear testimony from either Mr. Stockton or Ms. Norwood, I'm happy to.
Rob, what your thoughts on the drainage issue?
So the stormwater issues have not been worked out. In fact, I think Mr. Stockton's waiting to coordinate his efforts as far as field work with the work they're going to be doing with the historical preservation. I think at that point, after Mr. Stockton performs his field work, and then we'll prepare the drainage report and submit that for review. But at this time, nothing's been worked out, but I think the timing is really going to provide the information later.
Would you review?
I will review it at a later date.
Was it last time the young lady looking to do an archaeological dig?
Yes, and she's here today to make questions.
Did that take place? Or you're still working the details?
We're working the details. It's planned to take place, I believe, from May 8th to May 15th. So we have a principle and scope. I have a proposed agreement we're working on with Monmouth College and with Ms. Norwood from Mount Park System. So we have that proposed coming up. We're still working on the indemnification and all the other waivers that we have to do. There's going to be a lot of students coming on. But obviously, that would, we would agree to that as a condition of any approval.
Is that, I think we heard last time that, from the expert, that the site would be returned upon the end of that dig or excavation, whatever it is, be returned to the current condition, correct?
I believe so. I would have to ask the expert on that. I'm not exactly sure. But I think they're just taking test holes around the perimeter of the house.
On the existing
The existing house. And we have a map where we have that, and I believe it's around a 20-foot radius around the house, test holes, and then they would restore it and fill those in after that's done, if I understand.
Any artifacts found within the site, I guess you're going to record them, and they become the property, I believe, of the landholder?
That's correct.
Okay, and if the landholder wants to sell them or submit them to the historical area, we'd appreciate it.
Right, so I think the landlord would certainly be willing to give them. I don't know what they're going to find, but yeah, they're very interested in this as well.
Very good.
Well, Mr. Norwood's here. You've heard the representations he's made. If there's anything that you disagree with, just let us know. But otherwise, if it's...
I can clarify a little bit if you...
You're going to have to come up to the microphone a little bit, though.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm happy to clarify any of the additional information if you guys have questions about anything that was said. It would be an archaeological survey rather than just a historical survey. And yes, we would be returning everything back as we did shovel test pits, which are roughly 50 centimeter diameter holes. We would just take the sod cap off, and after we screen everything onto tarps, put the dirt right back in after we screened it for artifacts, and then flip the sod cap back on top and tamp it back down. And we'd be doing shovel tests in actually a 100-foot radius around the house. 50-foot radius around the house at 25-foot intervals, just to see where the areas of really high concentration are, and then doing 3 test units in those areas of high concentration. And again, taking the sod off, removing it, setting it aside, screening all the dirt onto tarps, and then returning the dirt back into the holes at the end, putting the sod back on top, and tamping everything back down.
Do you agree on a certain period of time in which you're going to accomplish all this, or?
Yes, so we have a tentative schedule set up that's in our agreement that we worked out. Basically, the field survey would start on May 6th, and that would be a Monday. So I would go out to the site, lay out our grid, start doing some site surveying, just basically making our maps about where we're digging all of our shovel tests. We do a brief metal detecting survey, taking the course of one afternoon, and then I would do the shovel tests throughout the course of 1 or 2 days during the week. And then on the weekend, after we've determined where the areas of highest sensitivity are, that's when we have our volunteers come out for a Saturday and Sunday to help us take the test sheets. And then I requested one additional day that following Monday just to make sure the site is completely back to everything's cleaned up. We would have snow fencing out there to make sure all the pools are protected for the public, some plywood over any open excavation left overnight to make sure that, everything is buttoned up at the end of each day. But it really should only have 1 day of open excavation between Saturday and Sunday.
Depending on what's found, will that have any impact on the schedule, extending the schedule out?
No, so as we talked about last time in front of the planning board, really this is a salvage archaeology site. So we are in perfect understanding that we have 3 test units to really understand what we can about the site before demolition happens. And outside of that, anything found that comes into a larger legal would have been identified during the construction or demolition of the site anyway, but that wouldn't have anything to do with us. So anything that we find is basically just the extent of the survey.
So as to that issue, my recommendation would be that it's going to take a month or two to the resolution's got to be done, adopted, memorialized. They still have to file a subdivision deed or map. My recommendation would be that either the resolution be held up until that's done, or the filing of the deed or subdivision map be held up until we have a letter from, I don't know, we come from the college, from you, from the county, whatever it is. A letter for my young lady is going to come back. This member is going to send back a letter saying they're done. That would satisfy that condition. It would be done before they are able to really perfect the subject. Whether that's before a resolution is adopted, or before the map or deed is filed, it doesn't matter. We'll make sure that happens before they have a subdivision. The other issue, and I'll leave that really up to Rob, is the timing on the stormwater issue.
Just for clarity, with whom is the agreement? So with the landowner and is it the county?
Actually, through Monmouth University. I work as an archaeological assistant through Monmouth University as well. And it's with the Archaeological Society of New Jersey that I'm a member of, that the volunteers are going to be coming from the university and from the ASNJ. So the resolution is actually between those 2 entities and planning board.
Right, so it's not through the county.
It's not through the county. And my role as a historic preservation specialist was to advise Middletown on how to move forward. My role with this archaeological survey is through the university.
All right, so you have an agreement, this agreement is between the landowner and Monmouth University.
And the Archaeological Society of New Jersey.
Yeah.
And last one was also issues raised, I believe this gentleman here in the audience, about historical preservation issues. Are those all resolved?
Yeah, the archaeological survey.
You can either sit or stand up there, that might be
So yeah, I think that's been addressed by
Identify yourself for the record, please.
711 Avenue. And as I said, I think that's been addressed by the seeming agreement between these parties to do the archaeology.
So there's no challenge to why it was removed from the rolls?
Oh, we're talking about the designation that it has in the township? It's still a question. I think we move going. Yeah. But yeah, it's still a question.
We've got stormwater management. But I'm trying to determine whether it should come back to the board or not. And it would, as much depends on the survey you've ever seen.
Right, and if you recall, the residents that were, say, downhill from the site are the ones that currently experience and are concerned about, it being worse as far as the stormwater impacts. So, right, I haven't seen the information yet, so it's a little bit hard for me to say, what they're proposing and what the solution is. Either for the board and whether they want to have this as a condition of any approval, the board may grant, or if you wanted to wait until we receive that information.
He would be easier if I have Mr. Stockton come up, he's here now, and answer any questions from the board.
But isn't this the problem though that you can't dig the holes until you do the historic, the archaeological survey?
Partially, then,
So we created just a rough map of digging in the test pits every 25 feet around the house. And I have just a quick map that I made on GIS to show the extent of how far our survey would go out. And then we do our larger excavation close to the house within that grid. And I reviewed that with Mr. Stockton prior to the meeting today. And the areas where he needs to look at his stormwater management, he said that he would be able to steer clear largely of our window of where we plan to do excavation, and he and I would coordinate his site visit. So I feel very confident that we'll be able to go out, do what we need to do in a week, and then whenever he decides to go out and do his visit, we plan it so that hopefully it doesn't interfere at all with what we're doing.
The question of whether we're going to have enough information to make a decision.
That's what I'm hesitant about. When Rob sees the reports or anything else, we don't know what your stuff is fine. They will take that. So we're having issue or non-issue, I think is what the board needs to hear first before we render the decision.
I may just present Andrew Stockton, if that's okay with the board, answer the questions most better myself.
You were sworn last time, you remain on the road.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stockton, the board expressed some concerns about the stormwater management as well as can you address any of those concerns?
Yes. With regard to the stormwater management, the overall goal is to provide on-site attenuation of stormwater runoff based upon the increase in the amount of impervious coverage, the new development compared to the existing conditions. There are existing structures on the property, the home and the old building, the old barn or garage or whatever it used to be, and those will be demolished and removed. And there are 2 proposed new homes and 2 proposed new driveways, and that will be the comparison between that new impervious coverage and the existing conditions for the determining the amount of stormwater storage that we're required to provide. Knowing that there are 2 buildings there now and 2 buildings proposed over the new construction, I do anticipate that we're not going to be increasing the stormwater runoff on the property or coming off of the property in any significant amount that changes any existing conditions or drainage patterns or anything like that for the property. But based on the comments that we got from the public at the last hearing, we do have to provide some pretty thorough testing with regard to collecting soil samples, providing the permeability class rating test to determine the amount of water that can percolate into the ground, and then also to provide a stormwater mounding analysis to make sure that whatever water we put into the ground doesn't impact any groundwater conditions off of the property. As Ms. Norbert mentioned, that our work involves some digging of some test pits, collecting some soil samples, and we do want to coordinate that with her work to make sure that we're not digging in any areas that might disturb any part of her proposed investigation. Based on our discussions tonight before the meeting and reviewing the plan that she put together with regard to her test pit layout for the archaeological investigation, we see areas where I can dig my test pits and do my analysis that will be clear of the areas with regard to her investigation, and my analysis will probably happen sooner than the May dates that are planned for their investigation, but in coordination with their schedule. So I'm confident that we can work out the stormwater management details for the project and provide something that will certainly work.
In your detailed report, I presume because of the high water table, that would you consider the right type or possibly larger dry wells for these two houses than normally to alleviate the water?
In my review of the Monmouth County Soil Survey, it wasn't an indication that there was a high water table at our project site. Our project site is actually at the top of the hill area. What I think you heard from the neighbors was, and the neighbors were 15 to 18 feet lower than our project site, was that they have groundwater concerns and some pumps running in their basement areas. They are much lower and have a different soil type and soil condition than we apparently have. But yes, it'll be some kind of recharge tanks or recharge pipe systems or something appropriate for dealing with the stormwater management on the property.
Do you feel you're going to have adequate soil samples in the places you're planning to dig?
Yeah.
Or are they?
And in addition to that too, there is an existing drainage system in the roadway with a municipal catch basin right at our one track corner. So whatever pipe system we put for recharge to the ground can have an overflow that would attach right to that too. I'm pretty confident we'll do the right thing.
I was just wondering if what they're doing is going to inhibit the area that you're permitted to dig in and not getting the adequate soil samples to have a true test.
No, I think one of our test pits will be closer to the road,
Okay.
where their investigation will happen right around the perimeter of the house.
And you don't-
One of our other test pits will be further in the back, near the house, but clear of their test pit area.
Okay.
You're actually adding to further research.
Yes, and then attenuating the runoff based on that increase. Yes.
Anybody else on the board? Anyone from the public? Either one.
Good, I think you were here last time, and you were sworn, so just give us your name.
Fred Henry. I'm one of the homes that is downhill, and my concern is not just the impervious surface, but that by putting the basements in, there will be some diversion of underground water in that sense in one direction. And again, I mean, I'm relying on municipal engineer to protect the interest. However, I should find the applicant.
Could you repeat that, please?
Could you step closer to the microphone?
I'd kind of like to know the findings of the engineer's report before the board gives approval.
Did you testify last time, sir?
No.
Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about to give the board the full truth of the truth that you got.
Yes.
And your full name and address.
Bert Burns, One Bed Drive. I'm also concerned about the water runoff coming in about the storm, but I'm more concerned about the underwater. I know that water goes through Lynch and keeps on going downhill to Stanley. A lot of people there have gotten their basins redone. And I would request, I wasn't at the last meeting, I don't know, but if there's plan on putting basements, probably if they put it on a slab, would probably help the cause with the homeowners. Because a lot of them could make it up there, but we'll keep on fighting because, water, one is least resistant to death, and any change in the soil on that property is probably more toward the back house. I don't know if the front house is going to be a little closer, I think, but when you put basements in two houses, it's going to disrupt the whole groundwater and stuff like that. So that's it. Thank you.
I don't think that's true. I don't see how putting a basement in would impact the groundwater level at all.
Wouldn't divert it?
No, you wouldn't be constructing a basement into the groundwater. So the test pits will help us determine, number one, if the groundwater is present on the property, number two, what level it is, and then we're going to target our construction to be above that. And we have to, by code, do that. But putting a basement into the ground is not going to change the level of any groundwater.
Anyone else from the public? Okay. Final comments for the board? I'm hesitant in this pre-approval to Rob pursue the report.
Johnny, can you use the microphone, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm hesitant here to give any pre-approval with conditions, et cetera, when we don't know what the final report says in either case. Mr. Stockton's, before we go to review of Mr. Stockton's. When are you going to be ready with your report, Mr. Stockton?
Well, knowing that, what I know now with regards to how we can schedule our test pits, to the next meeting, we can get our work done and get it replaced.
In time for Mr. Healy to review it.
Yes.
Which gives you, yeah, next meeting is April 7th.
Oh, well, next meeting is April 3rd.
Which is, doesn't give you time to do your
10 days
report.
before that.
Exactly, it's got to be in 10 days before.
Let's go through the work.
And he gets his time to review it, so have to push this until at the earliest, April 17th.
That's a full agenda. You have to have.
And they still go first. So. You agree with me, Rob?
I certainly think that it's not a bad idea, just so we know what we're dealing with, and that it's being addressed.
We have to have a clear head when we speak about this. The public is really wants to have a clear definition of what's happening, and I really think we should do the testing first.
Clear definition of what's
Before we go ahead.
And if everything works out, meaning your report and Rob's review of your report, there should be very little time taken at whatever the date is. So, all right, let's carry this to April 17th. No further notice is required.
And that's the other issue, I'm sorry. The other issue with the historical or the archaeological dig, that before satisfaction.
Yes.
So that could be a condition if you approved it at that point. In April, if the issue of the stormwater is brought up, then the archaeological issue could be a condition of the approval.
The archaeological goes a few weeks after, right? Yeah.
By that time, we should have all the agreements signed and complete. We're just waiting on it, so that would be complete, you know.
Okay.
Okay.
See you on the 17th. Thank you. All right. 2019-200.
What that sound system? We
Good evening. For the record, Mark Castro. Thanks for having us, Mr. Chairman. We have provided legal notice. This is a variance-free application, Mr. Chairman. We have engineering testimony and our architect also here as well. Time permitting. Legal notice is in order. Yeah, I reviewed the notice, the affidavit of publication, the affidavit of service, and they're in order. And at some point then, during the hearing, we're going to address those issues like that. The items in the definitive report that we have resolved those, we believe, in the planner, and we've worked extensively with the professionals to work through that, and we believe, again, we are variance-free.
Did Mr. Wilton recuse himself?
Mr. Wilton.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Wilton.
Oh.
Mr. Goodman, are you ready? Yes. So because this has had various fits and starts and stops along the way, just to make sure everybody understands to the public, this is a new public hearing based upon the redevelopment plan. Anything that happened previous to this is not part of this record. This is a new public hearing starting now. Please state your name for the record.
But you use that when you're up there. You can do that.
Loud enough. Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about to give the board the truth. Swear testimony about to give the board the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. And your full name and business address.
Gerard Fittemont, Langen Engineering, 300 Kimball Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey.
F-I-T-A-M-O-N-T.
A-N-A-N-T.
Your credentials, please.
I'm a civil engineer, graduate from NJIT, and I have a professional engineering license certificate, valid, currently valid, and I've testified before this board in the past.
And your role in this project?
I prepared the plans.
Great. Your presentation was made, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Please proceed.
So this project has been in the works and has been before the board, and the redevelopment plan actually was prepared by Fran Reiner. And as a result of the redevelopment plan, we now have submitted plans in accordance with the redevelopment plan. There was a minor subdivision that was granted by this board in December, on December 5th, that created two lots, a commercial lot and a residential lot. The residential lot is approximately 66 acres and the commercial lot is approximately 51 acres. It's lot 55.01, and that's the subject of our application tonight, which is preliminary and final site plan application. The planning board engineer, Rob Key's office, has issued a review letter, as well as the planner, Ms. Siobhan, and I'll say Amy, because her last name is hard to pronounce, so we received your review letters, a memo from the planner and a letter from the engineer on March 14th, and we had since consulted with both Rob Key and Ms. Siobhan 2 days ago and reviewed the highlights of their reviews. I'd like to just point out that in general, most of the items we will comply with. There are a few that I just wanted to discuss and clarify for the record. We will be making the modifications to the plans and resubmitting revisions in accordance with the comments that we received. So several comments were received that we want to just review quickly with respect to Circus Liquors Redevelopment Plan. The core district parking, with respect to the electric vehicles.
Sorry, which letter are you referring to now?
Referring to the planner's letter. This is the March 14th planner's letter. Item 8C, with respect to the electric vehicles.
Okay.
It's on page 7 of 23.
Okay, so we have
These are not new exhibits, correct?
correct. So this is the partial plan. This is sheet 6 and sheet 7. This is the site plan. The site plan shows that we have electric parking stations. There's 4 located on the northern end of the site, and for the purpose of this discussion, north is to the left of the page. We've got 4 electric vehicle parking stations at the north end of the site, just north of Retail 5. And we also have 4 located north of Retail 6.
Can we see those site plans, please? So we can get an idea what he's talking about? Is that possible? Put on the flat panel monitor on the back? So it's not that mystery to us?
There are physical limitations with the room.
How do we know what he's talking about?
There's empty seats up there.
There are physical limitations with the room, so between the applicant and the board to see it, if anybody wants to look at those, you're gonna have to go over on this side of the room, so you've got a better view. There's
So
no...
go over there, I can see a thing about this big, you kidding me?
Excuse me. There's physical limitations.
I'm just asking, that's all, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. You're not allowed to talk while the attorney is speaking. Just listen and let him answer.
I was listening, sir, I was just trying to visualize, I apologize.
If you want to see those better, you're gonna have to go over here. There's plenty of empty seats in
I
front.
don't have binoculars, but thank you very much.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sir, there's some seats up here, you get better advantage than from back there.
Mr. Gordon, I second that. I asked the applicant if they had extra easels, and they said they did not. Is it okay if I just let them out to the...
You know what, I think that that's just gonna cause more confusion, because you may not be looking at the same thing. And, you know, for your own sake, if you wanna look at it, refer to it, or share it, but to make it another set of exhibits, we're gonna wind up, it's just too confusing.
Okay, so in the letter it referred to, in the review comment, Village 35 will comply with the request that the plans identify the stalls that will be designated as short-term parking. So those are the stalls that we would have for electric vehicles, and that would be short-term parking as well. Just to orient everyone in the room that can see the plan. So we have Route 35 that's located along the bottom of the page. We have the Kings Highway, and we also have Twin Brooks Ave Extension that's located on the north end of the site. The residential portion of the site is located to the east, and the site is bisected by the Interconnect Road. And then to the southern end of the site, we have Canes Lane, and Canes Lane ties into Route 35, and then there is a jug handle at the Woodland Ave location. There is also a jug handle located at the southern end, northern end of the site at Kings Highway. Access to the site will be from Route 35, as well as from Kings Highway East, as well as from the Interconnect Road, and we have one access point, actually two access points along Canes Lane. And then internally, there are a variety of access circulation opportunities internally. The second item, paragraph or item 8E with respect to curbs. The Village 35 agrees that the zero curbs are permitted. We have zero reveal curbs, which are essentially flush curbs along the front of Retail 6. We also have flush curbs along Retail 5 in the area of the plaza, and we have shown those as they're indicated in our legend, and it's a solid line. And wherever we have flush curbs, we provide bollards at no less than 12 feet on center, and that is noted on the plans. With respect to item 8FI, landscaping and design, the plans call for minimum 3-inch caliber, which complies with the redevelopment plan. There's a comment about additional trees.
Stay on that one there, it says a deviation request.
No, it complies.
It complies?
Yes, it complies.
With respect to trees, we did talk about adding additional trees to some of the basins, which we will comply with. Our landscape plans did not show the trees on Stormwater Basin 7. However, those will be provided as well.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you're going too fast.
Sorry.
What was after the 3-inch caliber? Yeah, right. You speak pretty fast after FI.
I stayed on FI.
Okay, so after that.
So my general comment is we will add
Additional trees.
additional trees, and we will increase the variety of species of trees. Those were some comments that were made as well by Mr. Keating. Item 8F4, under landscaping and design, additional.
What about 2 and 3?
Yeah, what about?
We comply and have no issues with those.
Wait, 2 different things.
We will comply?
We already, those were not issues with us, so we will comply.
We will comply. Very good.
Apologize if I'm skipping ahead, I'm just looking at.
No, you know, but because this is an important matter, because there's such detailed review letters, and you can certainly proceed in any way you want, but if we're going to go through the report, it'd be better if we're in this section now, we try to hit every paragraph. Okay. All right.
So F3.
So F,
Will comply, correct?
F3 will comply.
5F complies what you're saying, correct?
Yes.
5G you're going to comply?
5G, yes, will comply with the generator and the sound attenuating
And we
enclosure.
also require the plans to be revised and detail providing. Will you be providing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you point us where that is on the plan?
So the generator is behind the Wegmans in this area, behind by the truck docks. So skipping, I'm sorry, go back to sub-paragraph 4. Landscaping in and around stormwater basins consisting of deciduous trees, we will comply. Yes. Paragraph 5, we will comply, that's the generator sound enclosure. We will. We'll actually provide a note on our plans, the details of that will be during the building.
No, what I've requested is that the plans should be revised and the details should be provided indicating such an enclosure. So if that, there's nothing in the report that says that it happens after the approval.
Okay, we'll provide the details.
Okay.
I just want to put some structure to this, so that I understand. Number one, there's a whole bunch of comments that refer to good ideas, better planning, better engineering, and they say they will comply, but they are not deviations from the redevelopment plans. Some of them are noted as deviations from the redevelopment plans. And those are the ones that I'm most concerned that we clarify those. So as we go through the evening, I don't care how we do it, but if we can make sure that we hit all of those, it'll make my life easier as I try to write up an approval, or write up,
And the first one we hit, so far.
I made this interrupt because what Mr. Pitamon did is he jumped straight to 8C. We had identified 8B, which is page 7 of 23, as a variance because you require a setback of 6 feet. You said that it was something that was done inadvertently yesterday over the telephone. So just so if you could reflect on the record that you will revise the plan, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then C we just discussed. Let's jump now. E you discussed. Okay.
It's been meetings to go. You're going to go, there's review letters, start from the top, go through those things you quickly agree to, whatever, any major details.
Okay. I asked the board, I made group 8, for example, 8 through 11 we comply with, and not spend any more time with the board, but just recognize that we will comply with those as opposed to detailing every item.
Well, I do have some questions, and I really want to go through that if you don't mind.
If you're right.
Yeah, I don't think anybody cares in which order. The board doesn't care, right, Chair? You know, whichever, you want these things addressed in some order that we can follow along here, right? And that's
I
really the
don't see
bottom line.
any reason for them not to go in order of the letters.
Going through the letter.
Everybody can keep track of where it is.
Okay. Okay, so we're all on the same page, item number 9.
No.
I think the chair is telling you to start at page 1. Start back. Start at the top. Page 1 and page 2, page 3 and page 4 are all the history and the property descriptions. And then we get to page 5, which is item number 1, which refers to the redevelopment plan, the sub-districts. So the sub-districts are the core in the redevelopment plan, which is lot 825, proposed lot 5502. So that's just information. Number 2
is the general requirements for the gross tract proposed uses. It states the 341,000 square feet. The maximum square footage of the redevelopment plan is 400,000 square feet, so we are well under that. Item number 3, the general requirements for gross tract area, the stormwater management facilities. That's informational. Item number 4, general requirements for the gross tract.
Hold on. I noted that from the site plan, it appears that the applicant is proposing to construct part of the basin serving the commercial tract. Testimony should be provided regarding the phasing of the construction of this stormwater management basin in its entirety to serve both the developments.
Okay, so for stormwater basin number 7, which is this basin here, that stormwater basin will be constructed. We have a phasing plan as part of our application, and that would be constructed concurrently with the interconnect road. And that is shown on our phasing plan.
So this application then would need an easement from the rear property.
That is
the rear
correct.
lot.
And that is correct, and that is shown on the major subdivision plan.
On the major subdivision plan?
Yes.
Is that part of this? Yes.
Yes.
The major subdivision part of this?
Yes.
And does that show, Ron, like phasing of that basin to serve this, what's needed for the residential, separate from what's needed for the commercial?
So I had a comment about that as well. In general, I asked for a little bit more detail on the phasing plan to ensure that any basin that supports the development will be constructed ahead of time so that the stormwater issues are addressed in advance.
I'm sorry. The whole basin gets built at one time, or is it going to be phased?
I will.
Mr. Fiddle.
That will be constructed beforehand. We will comply with that request.
You have to do it, yes. And we will do it.
Maybe I'm...
So I think the question is, will Basin 7, the portion will be constructed in 2 phases, Basin 7, or the larger basin be constructed from the beginning that would support both developments?
So the basin will be constructed itself in 2 phases. Ultimately, it will be enlarged when the residential development gets built out.
Can you tell me the percentage of water that will be held by from the residential or from the commercial that will go into that basin? For instance, will the commercial be 40% of that?
No.
Of that actual reservoir?
No. The basin is merely taking some of the runoff from the interconnect road.
Okay.
And that's why we're building the basin, because as part of our
So that water will be from the interconnect road and not from the commercial?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. The commercial has various basins scattered throughout.
Okay.
And again, this basin will be a 2-phase construction.
Can that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 4.
So what in item number 4, it said that the redevelopment plan further states in paragraph 3 that no certificate of occupancy may be issued for any structure on either the residential tract or the commercial tract until a performance guarantee securing the construction of said road and any related drainage facilities is posted, and would ask the board to have this as a condition of approval. Does the applicant agree?
Yes.
And just to clarify, that interconnect for road is going to be a public road?
Yes.
So references to whether it's on the plans or in the reports that says it's going to be an easement, that's incorrect. It's going to be dedicated right.
Yes. Item number 5, open space requirements for the gross area tract. And we have provided that information on our plans, and we satisfy the redevelopment.
Yes, because what it says is for the gross tract area. So you provided, so just to clarify, with the gross tract area, you're taking the residential portion, is that correct? Or you're
Correct.
taking the overall, Are you taking just the...
Siobhan, could you use the microphone, please?
Sorry. Are you taking just the non-residential portion, or you're including the non-residential and residential?
It's the gross tract, both residential and commercial. And we have submitted in our plans an exhibit that shows the compliance with the redevelopment plan.
We have that exhibit.
You show that? The exhibit or the sheet?
It's a sheet.
Can you identify that for us?
Yes. Sheet 62.
Right, but that shows, based on the table, that shows, you're in compliance, but just to clarify, based on that, it shows 51 acres, which is only the non-residential portion, correct? It's not, it does, the total tract is 118 acres.
That's correct. Our application is for the commercial.
Okay.
We comply with the redevelopment plan requirements for municipal.
But Mr. Ryan and I are talking, so maybe if you could, there's a different requirement of 30% tract, the overall tract. So if you look at that, are they in compliance?
Yes, they're in compliance.
Because the math on their requirement plus the math on the back requirement gets you over the total 30% on the overall.
That's correct.
Right? So they don't, you're saying that, in your opinion, you wrote the redevelopment plan. They don't have to show any open space on the back because there's mathematically the number.
I think the point is that you testified that it's based on the whole tract, and your exhibit indicates it's only on the commercial tract. And we'd like to make sure that it's clarified.
Yes, we are providing 30%. We satisfy the requirement on our tract alone.
On the commercial.
On the commercial, as part of the commercial, we satisfy the 30%.
25.
Well, we satisfy, we exceed the minimum requirement.
I understand. Mr. Ryan, you wrote it.
Yes, they're in compliance. It was just as it was being presented. It was not being presented as the exhibit it indicated, which is why we wanted to clarify. They are in compliance.
Do you think if this was to get approval, should there be a condition on the back portion, whatever you want to call it, the residential portion, or a requirement of open space on there, or is this independent enough the way they have their plans?
It is independent enough, and the back portion there's a different standard there. They have to provide, I think, 35%. Is that correct, Mr. Reiner? I think that's what it says. But they satisfied no matter what. It's just that the testimony wasn't clear enough, is why I asked this question to clarify.
Is it clear now? Did you further?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is it good?
Yes, but there's a subsection B where may I read that?
In the open space?
Correct.
In the redevelopment plan?
No, in my review letter, page 7 of 23.
I think he was at the bottom of page 6.
Correct. Now we're moving on to page 7. So Sam, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, so the redevelopment plan you're in compliance with subsection A, we're good, but subsection B has its limitations as per section 54203, that it may contain no more than 50% of wetlands, open bodies of water or water courses, slope areas of 25% or greater, and that shall be made a condition of approval. And I just made a note that contrary to section 54203, the redevelopment plan permits inclusion of drainage, stormwater and or recharge basins, as well as hard and soft surface walking trails in buffer areas in the open space calculation. So we need calculations to be provided to show that you're in compliance with this requirement. And those haven't been provided. You've just shown us the overall that you're in compliance.
Okay, we'll provide those more detailed calculations. 6C, applicant shall address the condition of the open space wetlands at the rear of retail 5, specifically related to the need for removal of dead or diseased trees. Our testimony is we were leaving the area as it exists today. However, if it's the board's preference to remove dead or diseased trees, we would comply with that requirement.
So you will comply?
Yes.
Okay.
D, the applicant shall discuss the maintenance and responsibility of proposed open space to be conveyed to the DOT. So the conveyance of open space to the DOT, we show basically the DOT would retain all the basins, even the one on Kings Highway East, which is basin number 4, would be maintained by the applicant. And there's an agreement with the DOT to accommodate that arrangement. 6E, all lands dedicated open space shall contain appropriate covenants and deed restrictions. We agree, we will comply. Number 7, North Retail Sub-District. Proposed blocking 2501, lots 5801 and 5802 are within the North Retail District. Block 82501, lot 5801 will contain the Wells Fargo Bank, located at the corner of Route 35 and Kings Highway East. Block 82501, lot 5802 will contain a stormwater basin known as stormwater basin 1. Although the proposed parking for the Wells Fargo lot is located closer than 25 feet from the gross area boundary, there's an existing condition, and it is conformed with the redevelopment plan. That's more a statement of fact. Number 8A, use and bulk requirements. Proposed block 825 is within the court district, and will contain 7 buildings totaling 341,000 square feet for commercial.
Actually, your sheet said 342,000.
Yes, we are 342,000, that is correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Parking and circulation. Section 4 requires a minimum setback from a principal building of 12 feet, and the zoning table indicates a parking setback of 6 feet. This is not compliant.
You covered 8 previously, Mr. Rose. Do you want to cover 8 again, or do you want to skip to 9?
I don't think that part got covered.
Okay.
I think we started after that, and then we're coming back to it.
And so if we refer to the zoning table, and if we look at the,
Well, you're right, no, I know, you said already you will revise your plan.
He said he will revise.
KP, you will revise.
He did say that.
as a point of clarification, so for the North Retail District, 6 feet is required, and for the Core District, 12 feet is required, and we comply with both requirements of the redevelopment. For 8B, parking, for 8C rather, personal parking, as I pointed out, we have electric vehicles. So 8B will comply. 8C will comply. 8D, customer loading zones in the Port District, and there's requirements for landscaping. We will comply and provide that additional information.
There's just one comment that my review letter doesn't go into detail, but I just wanted to clarify that under F, on page 8 of 23, under F1, You said you add additional trees, it is compliant, 3.5 inches caliper, all that is good. But there's one other comment that's there in the review letter which says that 180 feet landscape islands should be provided. And if you look at page 43 and 44 of your plan, there is a portion, and I've actually marked it out, where it's not compliant. Let me just tell you right now. There's one just to the north, just to the south of detail 5. It's between detail 2 and 3. I scaled it, it's a distance of 240 feet. So if you could agree to revise the plan to provide...
We agree to revise the plan.
Okay. Then there are more. There's, as you go towards...
We agreed to revise
everything.
Everything that...
Okay. Okay, very good. And then I'm going into detail.
Just, can you just go back, I apologize, can you please go back to 8B? When you talk about the parking setbacks for the core area versus the north retail area, you had made a statement, and I just want to make sure that that statement is accurate. 8B.
Yes.
You had indicated that the parking setback in the north retail district was 6 feet?
The north. Yes.
Okay, and that in the core district it was 12 feet?
Yes.
Okay, I heard it the other way, so
So moving on to 8F. You did 1, you did 2.
There is no deviation around.
Correct, those were fully compliant with the caliper and the size of the trees.
And 180 feet.
And we will comply with all
Okay.
minimum requirements for 180 feet for 8F. 2, we will comply with the 6-foot wide planting strip. For 8F3, 5-foot minimum wood landscape along 3 sides of the fence of a refuse area. We will comply. And I believe the type of gate we will propose a wood gate. Comply with
The details should be provided.
the detail. 8F4 requires landscaping in and around. As I said, we will comply. The stormwater basin 7. This is so I have before you the landscape plans. On the left is the sheet 43, and on the right is sheet 44. And as you see, we didn't show anything on the stormwater plan. The planting of that is also included and shown. We coordinated that with Toll Brothers, but it will be provided at the time of construction. Landscaping will be provided when the basin is built. Provided it's the appropriate season, so we're also subject to seasonal timing of the basin. 8F5, we talked about the emergency generator. We will provide sound attenuation enclosure.
And details will be provided.
And details will be provided. Number 9, parcel A, sub-district. Informational. Number 10, requirements affecting the out parcel, including block 825, lot 70, block 870, lots 1 and 2. Informational. And A and B. 11, I'll defer to the architect for architectural and design standards. I'll skip 11. You have an architect
MMA will be providing testimony on. Yes. Number 12, landscape requirements for broad tract area. We agree we will comply.
80 are in compliance.
8 were in compliance, I have a, so that's the steep slopes, that's the steep slopes concern.
So your current plans are in compliance?
Yes.
Yes.
They lack the clarity to articulate the fact that we comply. So for the slope disturbance, what the code allows is that man-made or previously disturbed slopes greater than 15% shall not be considered steep slopes and shall not be subject to any maximum disturbance. We have previously shown a percentage to the right here, but contiguous areas of slopes greater than 10% measuring less than 25,000 square feet shall not be considered in a steep slope calculation. We do not articulate these areas, but this area, for example, is 12,000 square feet. This area is 6,000. So I can mark this as an exhibit, but this is something that...
This is not in the submission package.
Not in the submission package.
So let's mark this as A1 and just identify it by name.
A1 is titled it's titled Slope Disturbance Plan. It's sheet 60 of 62 and will be incorporated into the revised plan set. And it is dated 12/14/2018.
Is that the same that's in the packages with some coloration?
Same that's in the package except coloration and actual areas shown for the disturbances and the note of the redevelopment plan that allows for the construction on steep slopes. And just for the board's application, these steep slopes, these are all man-made. When you look at various aerials, it clearly shows that they're at the edge of fields and past aerials will clearly indicate those roads. Oh. So I apologize. Now we're going to go backwards to 11, only because pedestrian circulation is within my area of expertise. So if we would go to 11, I will cover 11D, pedestrian circulation. Where it says 11D1, a sidewalk shall be incorporated to connect the proposed sidewalk to Retail 1, consistent with the redevelopment plan to provide pedestrian access. So, Retail 1 is located right here, and what we don't show is a sidewalk. We agreed to comply with that, and we'll provide a sidewalk that connects to the existing sidewalk located just to the north of 1. And from that sidewalk, the pedestrian corridor takes you sidewalks either to the theater, which is building 4, or to building 5. The sidewalk will be added to satisfy.
So could you just tell me,
Yes, right along the road edge.
Okay.
You come out of 1, come out the parking lot, and go right up and tie into the sidewalk located at the southeast corner of the parking lot.
Sorry, is that the bank?
No, Retail 1 is it's a retail, standalone retail pad. The bank, the Wells Fargo, is located on Route 35. D2, an additional crosswalk shall be provided connecting the 10-foot sidewalk along the northern side of Retail 5 to Theater 4. So we agree, we have a crosswalk, we have 2 crosswalks that actually
connect retail 5 to retail 4. We will be moving the one crosswalk in line with the front sidewalk in front of retail 5. So we will comply with D2. D3, clearly defined pedestrian pathways between parking stalls shall be provided for the stacks of handicap. We will modify the handicap stalls in accordance with your comments here. D4, where there are gaps in sidewalk due to out parcels, specifically along the southern border of Stormwater 3. So that's referring to Stormwater 3 is located along Route 35, and we've incorporated a sidewalk along Route 35, and we stopped in front of the Verizon Wireless, only because we don't own that property, we don't have control of that. The expectation is at some point in the future that connectivity would be performed. However, we have, for the most part, the bus stop, so we provide the connectivity, the bus stop that's located here. We have connectivity and pedestrian walkway that will take you to the sidewalk along the front, continue in a southerly direction until you come to the main entrance. Once you're at the main entrance, the sidewalk takes you up and into the site. So the sidewalk, so the pedestrian circulation takes you all the way into the site. It does also continue along the front, only because the improvements require sidewalk along the frontage of our proposed project. But as I said, we don't own this, so Sam was suggesting that we provide a sidewalk up the landscaped area into the site from that direction. However, the likelihood of that ever being used is minimal, because there are opportunities prior to that if you're coming from the north. If you're coming from the south, there's a bus stop also in front of Retail 7. And so if you get off at that bus stop and you want to come into the site, there's sidewalks that take you into the site from that direction. So while there is a gap because of the fact that we don't own or control that site, that's an opportunity at some point in the future should Verizon come in with site plan modification. So we feel we've covered the pedestrian access from the north and from the south in both instances. Trust that's satisfactory report. Number 5, Retail 7 shall be designed with a loading zone that does not conflict with site circulation. Retail 7 is located along Route 35, and we do not show a loading zone. We intended that this would be an office. And for this office use, while there may be a UPS or delivery truck on occasion, we would look to restrict deliveries during off-peak hours and utilize the drive aisle and where the vacant parking stalls.
Are you restricting that use to office?
We would. That's our. We won't restrict it to office now.
So that
as currently shown, yes, it is an office. However, to restrict ourselves in the future, should that ever become retail, at that point we would come back with a site plan approval and seek revisions to that and find a place to provide a loading zone. E, I can talk about the bike racks. So on the plans, we have on the site plans, referring back to those. So we have bike racks.
What sheet is this?
So this is the partial site plan, sheet 7, sheet 6 and 7. We'll start with 6 then, to the north. So we have, in our legend, Z, the letter Z is the bike rack. And so we have a bike rack located right at the northwest corner of Retail 5. And we have details on the plans that show it's a 7-rack bike rack. And the redevelopment plan, I believe, calls for 6 in total. So we have 7 bike rack at that location. There are also 2 Zs in front of the Retail 6, which would then be 7 plus 3. We have a total of 21. I believe the comment was consistent with the redevelopment plan, should be provided at the very minimum 1 each building. That's not how the redevelopment plan is written. It has a requirement of a minimum of 6. We would entertain perhaps an additional one, but it's not required to have that every building. We don't see that that's necessary. But we can have some further dialogue with the planner on it. Item F, street furniture and amenities. We will show the benches on the site plan, do not show benches on the site plan. From there, I'll stop and I'll skip the rest of 11 as that is more architectural related.
So just so that I'm clear, for E, you're saying that you're amenable to providing additional bike racks, is that correct?
Perhaps, we'll talk to you about it.
I'm satisfied the redevelopment plan as currently proposed, but we'll be happy to sit down and discuss those details.
Would workers be able to use those, because you're going to probably have part-time kids from high school, and I'm thinking about that. A lot of kids use bicycles when they're 16, 17.
Yes.
Maybe the
We're
theater.
not restricting it.
Or the theater, too, yes.
Yeah. The theater is your kind of your third largest building, and it doesn't have racks.
And that's probably the most logical location for the bike rack. Item number, so we're going to 12. 12A, I spoke about, you said we comply, as I indicated with the exhibit provided. 12B, landscape requirements for gross traffic area require shade trees. We will comply with the additional 6 shade trees as recommended or as commented. The fact that we feel we comply with the interconnect required trees at 120 feet on the sorry. That's the interconnect. But we'll review in detail with them. We will comply with the 12D. You might do the shade trees 30 feet apart. We provided a mixture of trees along there, not necessarily shade trees.
Can you just go through not the interconnect road, but the road that is to the east of Basin 2 and 3? Yes.
So along this road, so
yes.
These shade trees
are located
on the.
What's the other side?
It's not shown on the plans. I don't have the scale, but it appears they're approximately 30 feet on center. However,
you comply with the 30 feet.
Again, we'll comply with the 30 feet. 12C requires a 6-foot landscape area on both sides of the interconnect road. I think you're referring to it. We'll comply. We believe that's 4 feet.
That's correct.
Okay. So we'll comply with C. With D, landscape detail shall be revised consistent with tree-based requirements in the landscape plan. We will comply. As per in E, 12E, as per landscape gross area requirements, landscape
landscape plan shall be revised to indicate deciduous trees of minimum 4 inch. We agree with 3 inch minimum, 3 inch minimum. Yes. Item number 13, Kings Highway East scenic and historic road requirements. An exhibit tonight. Haven't seen it.
This focus street. Oh, interesting.
Mark this as evidence as 8-2. This is entitled Kings Highway East Scenic Corridor Existing Conditions. So it's showing the existing aerial as a backdrop. And we're showing that on this exhibit that we comply with the totals that are in the redevelopment plan. There's a number of trees in the redevelopment plan that are required, and we comply with that on both sides of Kings Highway East. Twinsbrook Extension also has significant trees, as you can see from this exhibit here. This is lined very heavily on both sides of both Twinsbrook Ave Extension and Kings Highway East with trees. We've also provided in this highlighted shaded area to the south of Kings Highway East to maintain those existing trees and supplement that with trees that we feel that we can comply with the plan, but we'd be happy to review any details.
Can you speak to the relocation or the location of the movie theater, the proposed movie theater, in comparison to the redevelopment plan location and the benefits and/or negatives of the location that you're proposing as part of the site plan application?
So, well, the theater, we had originally, it was shown at the corner of the interconnect in Kings Highway East, and that has since been moved. We put the parking lot on the closest to the corner of the intersection of interconnect in Kings Highway East and put the theater in line with the retail 5. And so by doing that, we've allowed, instead of driving down Kings Highway East and seeing the building immediately on that corner, we've provided a significant amount of landscaping, and that would be on this exhibit as well. You'll see all the landscaping. So as you come down Kings Highway East, in the past, you would come down Kings Highway East, and then at the post office, there was nothing but a sea of parking. Whereas now, as you come down Kings Highway East, on both sides of the road, for a considerable distance up to where the old post office was, until you come to the intersection, you have considerable landscaping on both sides. We've also increased the buffer from the residential units on Knollwood Gardens by reverting the old Kings Highway East from pavement to landscaped area. So that we feel is a benefit to the community with respect to line of sight and open space and green. And then, as you can see, Twin Brooks Ave, that was all just a sea of parking, and now we have tree-lined roadway, and that aligns with the roadway on the other side of Route 35. So those are all significant improvements to.
So those improvements that you just spoke about were regardless of where the theater, or what is being proposed as the theater, would be, those improvements were as part of the plan regardless of whether the theater was closest to the road.
That's right, I went beyond.
Sure, no, I appreciate that.
Focus, but
I just would like to get some testimony as to the benefits that the applicant feels is being made by moving the theater from the location that it was identified in the redevelopment plan to the location that you're proposing now, in terms of the impact it has on the adjacent residential.
I've articulated that, I think.
Yeah.
I went beyond, I went further west. You also know the benefits are the view shed from across the street. That's right. As a result.
Is there a pad building that was also built in the east as well? Remove the pad building and the spaces there.
Yeah, again, very overall benefits, not,
Can you talk about lighting, can you talk about circulation, can you talk about the impact of the size of that building in comparison to the distance from the existing residential? I'm just trying to give you an opportunity to speak as to the benefits as to why the movie theater in its proposed location is beneficial, in your opinion.
Well, a lot of reasons would be the lighting from the building that would have been mounting on the building would have been higher than the lights that are proposed with residential lighting. We have cutoff fixtures, obviously cutoff fixtures and dark sky lighting fixtures.
So the off-site lighting impact in the proposed plan that you have is zero? Is it zero offset?
Yes. Actually, what we need to articulate that and revise our plans to make that clear, but dark sky and zero cutoff is what's going to be provided. So moving on from 13 to 14. 14A, the applicant shall complete testimony to the lighting location at any level in the parking areas is in accordance with IESNA. IESNA recommendation for parking lot lighting actually recommends a minimum of 0.1 foot candle. We have provided a minimum of 0.5 foot candles in our parking lot, so we comply with IESNA. 14B, all lighting within the commercial track shall consist of full cutoff fixtures and dark sky. Yes, we will comply. 14C, pedestrian lights not greater than 18 feet shall be placed along the interconnect. We showed 21 feet. We'll revise our plans and meet the 18-foot maximum requirement. Number 15, 15A, portion of maintenance agreement shall be executed for the maintenance of stormwater facilities. We agree. For 14A, I, we agree. 14B, 15A, I, we agree. 15B, Kings Highway East, we agree. 15C, Kings Lane, we agree. Proposed Kings Lane right-of-way contains an area of 35,000 square feet will be conveyed to Middletown Township, subject to township approval. The applicant shall comply with those minimum requirements. 15C2 will comply. 15C3 will comply. 15D 1 will comply. An area of 35,000 is dedicated public open space to replace woodland out jug handle. So that's just informational. 2 is informational. 3, public access for sidewalk. An area of 12,000 square feet is dedicated to public access for the interconnect road. Again, that is going to be right of way as opposed to public access.
The report says 126,000.
Yes.
You said 12,000.
I'm sorry.
It says public access easement, it doesn't
Yeah.
say right of way. Wouldn't you
Yes.
guys, it's not, so that's why it's written public access.
It's, so as I testified, the interconnect road will be dedicated right of way.
No, but we're talking about Woodland Drive, Jack.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're not talking about the interconnect road.
Yes, that will be public access. I stand corrected.
It's not 12,000.
126,389 square feet is dedicated to public access.
But that says for the interconnect. So let's be clear. If there's confusion, let's...
There is confusion by mixing the Woodland Ave.
Yeah. So D, subparagraph 3, 1, is that's the new interconnect road.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a right.
That is a right of way.
But on the major subdivision plan, it labels the interconnect road in the public access easement.
So I think when I asked Mr. Pittama before, that if there's any references in the plans to a public access easement, they're going to be changed to a dedicated right.
I didn't hear him agree to that, so that's why he's referencing the letter instead of reading the plan.
Understood.
Okay.
So,
We agree with that.
All right.
so it's clear, that's a public road, intended to be a public road based upon a dedication of right. So any references, because you picked it up from their plans, whatever, it's all going to be, you all know it's a right.
Yes. One of the sheets of the major subdivision identified as a public access easement for the interconnect. There's another sheet that shows it, the main sheet, which, not the detailed sheet, shows it as a right-of-way. So we had.
So that'll all be correct.
Going to number 2, an area of 800 feet is dedicated to public access for a sidewalk adjacent to the intersection of the interconnect road, Kings Highway East, on the residential tract. So, public access easement for that sidewalk, yes, we agreed to in those 3 and 4 as well. We're moving on to the environmental section, item number 1. Disturbance of wetland and wetland transition areas, a letter of interpretation was issued by the DEP. So this is talking about all the permitting with wetlands on this site. We have 2 permits that we received from the DEP with respect to the gross area tract, and it involves a GP6, which is for the filling of isolated wetlands, which is mainly for the commercial tract, and then a GP11, which was for the residential tract. And we have those permits in hand, and they expire in 2021. So this is all informational that we provide here.
Just to that point, though, if there are any plan changes that warrant any new permits, you would
We would file a permit modification once we know what the final plan is as approved by the board. We would file those with the DEP and seek the permit modification. That would not change any of the wetlands that we were filling.
Okay, thank you.
Condition of that would be a condition of resolution.
Yes. So at the end of 1, the last paragraph, the last statement, the last sentence states that testimony and documentation should be provided regarding SHPO's opinion and concurrence with the survey's finding.
We'd like to speak with you before the next hearing about that.
Yeah,
Before we present testimony.
Okay, because our office received something yesterday.
Right, that's why we'd like to give you time to digest it and then we'll speak to you.
You didn't get a chance to review.
Of course.
Okay, next discipline is traffic, which I will defer to our traffic expert who will testify after me or at a subsequent date. Then we could jump to additional planning comments. Item number 1, redevelopers agreement, condition of approval, yes. Item number 2, phasing plan. Number 2A talks about phase 1A and 35 widening and stormwater basins. So again, we'll sit with your professionals to iron out any of the specifics and details as we discussed. On-site circulation. The applicant, this is number 3, on-site circulation. The applicant shall address proposed 2 bus shelters and whether a bus turnout lane was considered in discussions. I'll refer that to the traffic engineer when we show the bus shelters. And we B, 3B, testimony provided by the applicant has considered utilizing speed bumps for the main road in front of Retail 5 as a traffic calming measure. We have, this would be referring to the, I'm not sure, I believe it was this one, Sam, and perhaps even this route?
Right.
Right. So
As we have drawn it, we're not proposing any speed bumps, traffic calming measures.
You especially have pedestrian crossings there, and given how people typically drive, you know, it makes sense.
Is that going to be a lot of different stores? Is that what that was going to be?
Well, Stan, if you're referring to the outer, I'll call this the outer loop road. So the pedestrian conflict here, again, is concentrated just at the intersections where typically the vehicles are at a stop or stopped, and we have signage that would...
How about the multiple stop? That's because that's when there are always multiple stores and people will be, retail 550,000 square feet.
Right. Okay.
That's key, because there'll be multiple multi-tenants, right?
So along Retail 5, we do have a speed table, if you will, located to the south. Here, we envision this to be a gathering place, and the architect can speak more as to his vision in that area. And then as you proceed along the front of the store, we have a stop sign. Basically, you have a stop at the main entrance in the center of Retail 5. We're not showing any traffic calming, but we have crosswalks striped, we have signage. So the ability to put, we'll agree to put, pedestrian crossing stop when pedestrians in the crosswalk. Those are all traffic calming devices, but nothing in the pavement specifically as a speed bump.
You said you had a speed table located there. Is there any reason, best practices on the other side of Retail 5, all the way at the corner, wouldn't there be a best practice to place a speed table there or some sort of calming device there so that you have a stop sign at your main entrance, you have traffic calming on what would be the left of the page and on the right of the page?
You know what, I was just informed that our crosswalks are actually speed tables. So they are elevated, and they're 6 inches higher than the surrounding area. So I understand correctly.
The crosswalks are up higher, I was going to say rumble strips, but the crosswalks should do it slightly higher, but not too high.
Would you provide details so that the engineer can review?
Yes.
Saying you in agreement, nothing on the outer roadway?
No. Would you be amenable to providing crosswalks that are elevated there on the outer roadway?
On the outer roadway, no. The pedestrian conflicts here are non-existent except for at the intersection.
Right, those are the ones that I'm suggesting.
We have a stop bar at the intersection. So
Would you
that is of itself.
at the minimum strike it?
All crosswalks are striped.
All crosswalks?
Yes.
Would you be amenable to discussing this?
Yes, we'll work out the details.
Okay.
3C. Sheet 16 of 62 shows location of stop sign on the interconnect road aligning with the exit point from the shopping center. On the road proximate to Retail 5, we're concerned regarding potential conflict between. So we spoke in detail yesterday with Robert Keeney and with Stan. So we're still looking at this. Now, just correct me that the MUTCD does not require stops at crosswalks that are at intersections. Essentially, this is an intersection. This drive is essentially acting as an intersection. However, we haven't come up with it. We'll discuss that with you and come up with an improvement to that. There was discussion about moving that crosswalk to the right side, and that may be the solution. So we'll confirm that.
So, 3C.
Okay.
3D.
And you're referring to both intersections?
Both intersections,
related
yes.
to
There's also
retail
a similar condition at the southern end of Retail 5 and at the northern end, or the southern end of here.
Yes. Item D, in addition to providing wayfinding signs, truck routing, delivery signs are proposed throughout the site, the applicant should provide testimony, the methodology, distribution, and orientation of the signs. Be happy to sit down again in more detail and go over our truck route signs. We saw a couple of opportunities to add a couple more signs to really articulate where the truck route, where the truck should go, so they're not meandering through the site. So that's 8D. 8DI, the applicant shall submit a circulation plan with truck turning templates for the report. I apologize, we did not include that in our plan set, so we will include that. Signage shall be added in accordance with the circulation plan, will comply. 3G2, additional signage shall be provided to direct traffic, trucks rather, out of the site, specifically from the rear of Retail 5 to the interconnect will provide that, will comply. Number 3, subset number 3, the applicant shall add additional signage for the stormwater near the stormwater basin, southwest corner, we will comply. Item number 4, applicant shall provide testimony regarding the purpose of sign 18 at the south corner of Retail 6. The sign directs traffic eastward. We'll fix that and we will comply with that now. Item number 4, parking and loading. A total of 341,000, it's actually 342,000 square feet of commercial space. So this is just information. We're required to provide, it's really 1,539 spaces required, and we provide 1,676. So we comply with the requirements.
Yes, we just asked whether employee parking, whether you will have designated areas, and if so, appropriate signage shall be posted. Can you testify to that?
We'll talk about that and offline in more detail. At this point, I don't know specifically where employee parking, but we'll have to really speak to the tenants and find out exactly where they prefer to get their employees parked. Item number 5, landscaping shall be 5A, shall be revised to conform with the ordinance where one evergreen is required for each 5 feet of foundation, so we will comply. We found a couple of instances, for example, at Retail 1, where we were not in compliance, and we will fix those areas and similar areas. 5B of the ordinance requires street trees. Will comply. We don't seek any waivers from the landscape. Box 5C, boxwoods. There's an outbreak or boxwood blight, and we will modify our planting schedule to eliminate those. 5D, application does not have a significant amount of plantings around any of the proposed basins. We agree and will provide additional landscaping. The plans at 5E we will comply with, which is identify mulch or seeded beds. We'll do that with the detail, as opposed to additional lines on the plan. 5F, there's a lack of planting at Twin Brooks entrance into the commercial area. We will comply. We'll add additional plantings. 5G, parking lot adjacent to the proposed theater includes Zelkova serrata as the tree. We'll consider an alternate as requested. We'll comply. H, the plan indicates theater maintenance for the contract. Additional notes indicated the township should review. We'll add those additional notes. We'll comply. I, the applicant should testify regarding providing irrigation along the more intense uses. We do have an irrigation plan, and we feel that was well thought out and appropriate for what we're proposing. So our irrigation plan as it stands complies.
J, additional street should be planted along the internal loop road that runs parallel to Route 35, and I believe we comply with,
You addressing it? No, you addressed it.
K, landscaping plans should correspond to a proposed phasing plan. To the extent that we can, we will. However, the timing of that phasing may not coincide with the planting season, at which point the planting would follow. So it's seasonally dependent. L, the proposed hardscape of the median area located in front of Building 5 between the two parking areas is significant. So we spoke to Sin and Rob yesterday about that. Consideration should be taken to reduce the hardscape and increase the landscape areas. So that's referring to that's referring to this area here. I don't have a blow up, but I'm referring to partial landscape plan, sheet 44, where we show an area with a wide quasi-landscape, half landscape, and
Let me just make it clear. That's one of the things to which ties into a previous comment where the plan requires 180 feet between plantings on the landscape island, and that portion is 300 feet there. So that's one of the areas where it's not in compliance.
I believe it was 200 feet.
It's 180. It's 180. So, and that's 300 feet, and I measured it. So that's what that comment is. So basically what it's trying to say is that add more landscaping.
Okay, we'll talk about that. We'll work with you, Sam. I see an opportunity there to simply provide some additional items, and we can certainly do that. So we'll comply. As far as lighting, number 6A, the applicant is requesting a waiver to comply with. We're not requesting a waiver. It's not applicable. Yes. Number 7, utilities. We agree. The applicant shall address the sewer capacity, the homes, et cetera, et cetera. However, under maximum average daily conditions, the sewer mains approach or exceed capacity. We recognize that. We've been working with Towne Centre, and we agreed to provide the improvements that Towne Centre needs to do to their sewer.
May I interrupt for a second? Are you picking up everything you said? Okay. And you're just going a little quick for me to take notes, but
You do go a little quicker.
you're quicker
Trying
than
to get through this. I apologize. I'll slow it down a little bit.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm sure the report reporter is picking it up.
Number 8, easements. 8A, in accordance with the section, conservation easements for wetlands shall be designated. Yes, we agree, we will comply. 8B, easement documents for the following. Yes, we will comply. We'll comply. Number 3 is a dedicated right-of-way as opposed to an easement. We'll comply. Number 9, miscellaneous. Testimony provided regarding the hours of operation. We will comply. That will be testimony by the potential tenants of the site. We're prepared to talk about it.
You're not going to have those tenants. You're not going to have those tenants, the operator.
I believe we're 24 hours.
Let's go back. Does the ordinance limit hours?
I don't believe it.
Right, so 24 hours.
We are, just so that we understand. There are other questions related to like delivery, like car pickup.
Number of employees.
Number of employees.
So either the applicant or an operator or tenant might testify to that, but just to be clear, it's a 24-hour, it's permitted as 24-hour use.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Somebody talking?
Okay. 9B, testimony shall be read for hours of deliveries. 9C, we will provide. 9C, testimony provided regarding hours of refuse collection will provide. D, street naming, we will provide. The board has some suggestions, we'll incorporate them. 9E, applicant shall provide estimates of the amount of recyclable materials that will be generated each week. We will provide. 9F, all the proposed lot numbers shall be approved by the tax assessor. Will provide. 9G, as mentioned earlier in the review letter, the applicant obtained a minor subdivision to subdivide into 2 parcels, and Block 825-53 would contain the residential, and Block 825, Lot 5501 would contain the commercial portion. Commercial portion is purposely being subdivided into 4 parcels. At the time of this writing, the subdivision is being perfected. That's correct. And as soon as that is completed, the plans shall be revised to reflect the lot numbers. Will comply. H, Township Health Department review is required for existing septic systems prior to abandonment. Will comply. I, Environmental Disturbance Fund, a contribution to the Township Environmental Disturbance Fund will be required prior to issuance of any construction permit. We agree. J, affordable housing non-residential fee shall be required prior to the issuance of any certificates of occupancy. That is applicable to, is not applicable to our commercial lot in this instance. K,
That's more of a legal issue than a hearing
It
issue.
is a legal issue, and like I said to you, this will be determined at the time of certificate of occupancy. We put that in our review that if it's applicable, you will be required to pay.
Is there anything within the redevelopment plan that would exempt this? So, I mean, I think this is a legal issue. It need not apply for your testimony, but it's something that's going to have to, it's going to get resolved at some point.
will be resolved, right? Okay, outside agencies, final approval or letter of no jurisdiction will be required. We agree, will provide, and have provided some, but I'm not going to go into much detail, but we will provide. And these are the documents reviewed. So that concludes the review letter from the planner. Is there anything else from the planner or these board agreement?
So I do have a question. It's a question, it's more of information for the board and to ask if they would see that this might be appropriate. In other jurisdictions that I work for, there's what they call a 6-month lighting review period. And so I'm particularly sensitive to the potential negative impact of the lighting adjacent to the residential where the movie theater is located. And in that particular case, in that municipality, what the statement is made is they asked the applicant if they would be willing to agree to a 6-month review, and that the municipal engineer would go out and review the lighting levels in the event that there is a negative impact on adjacent residential. And if there is a negative impact, then the applicant agrees to either add or include diffusers or lower lighting levels to have a less impact on the adjacent residential. And so this is not a requirement of this board or this township, but I guess I'm asking the board if that is something that is done elsewhere, and if and the concern of the intensity of development, especially located next to the adjacent residential, might be something the board would want to consider requesting of the applicant and determine whether or not the applicant would be willing to consider that.
I'd like to take that a step further. In fact, there is a performance bond on, there will be a performance bond, also a maintenance bond. So I think that extends beyond 6 months to ensure that the improvements are built according to the plan and don't have any additional impact.
I mean, the lighting has to be safe at the end of the day, so that's also a common factor to consider. So we can talk about it offline.
Yeah, I think an easy way to resolve it is perhaps let the lighting levels be recorded after construction and submitted to the township to confirm that there's compliance.
Okay, if the board is ready, we'll do the same process for the engineer's review letter. Okay. In receipt of the March 14th letter from T&M Associates, prepared by Robert Keaty, and page 1, page 2 is informational, project description, off-site track improvements, page 3, page 2, let's back up. So item B1, it appears the applicant is proposing new water, sewer, gas, utility connections within 335. We prefer the review of the proposed improvements to the NJDOT. We agree. Number 2, the applicant is proposing new water, gas, and utilities within township right-of-way and Kings Highway. The applicant shall provide limits of any associated pavement, curb, sidewalk, driveway repairs within the township. The following shall be addressed. Limits of repair for utility connections shall be reviewed by the township engineer prior to construction. We agree. Number 3, the applicant shall obtain approval from the township for the realignment of Kings Highway East and Kings Lane. Additional approvals may also be required. We agree. Number 4, the applicant shall indicate a proportion of the old Kings Highway East, which will connect to 35 North with the new alignment of Kings Highway East, is to be renamed. This shall be coordinated with the township. If the town wants to both be professionals, we will rename it or not name it, or whatever the town's preference is, we will comply. Number 5, the applicant appears to be reconstructing Kings Highway East from the Noble Gardens driveway to Route 35 North. The pavement patch appears to be on the diagonal. The applicant shall adjust the limits to provide a horizontal pavement repair, and we will comply.
Do you like to do each one? I think the board's looking to say, if you're going to comply, we don't need to read it. The board has it in front of it. Mr. Chairman, are you okay with that?
Yes. Item number 6, will comply. I don't know.
If you don't comply. Well, I mean, if you
just stop each number, say, we can get it.
6, comply.
6, comply. 7, comply.
Can I ask you about that? That's a little eye drop or whatever, a bow-shaped piece of property, right? Is that going to be, what is happening there? It's going to become a lot under your subdivision plan. Is that to be dedicated to the town? That's in front of Bassett. Is that right?
As we showed, it's going to be a lot, a separate lot. What this position is afterwards is not subject.
Do you think Bassett will maintain it?
It's going to go to Bassett. It's going to go to Bassett.
And it's going to go to Bassett. And they'll maintain it.
So is that going to be, that's the intent, is that intended to be offered to them?
And if they don't want it,
Then it becomes private. Because then they'd have access to the white, it'd be municipal white. It would just be wider than you need.
Well, they tend to accept it and incorporate it into the problem.
But if they don't, then it becomes just municipal property.
Right, there's an agreement in place.
Number 8. Agree, will comply. 9. The applicant shall determine if any utility relocations are required due to the realignment of Kings Highway. If so, these relocations will be noted on the plan. So here, several utilities are not proposed to be relocated. Correct. You don't propose to relocate. Applicant shall provide testimony in regards to whether they have considered relocating utilities into the realigned rights of way. We have considered that, but we will maintain the utilities where they exist and provide the necessary easements as required. Number 10. The We will comply, the ADA shelter will be, the bus shelter will be ADA compliant and subject to DOT. Number 11. The plans indicate that the interconnect road is to be constructed as part of this application. I believe the redevelopment plan allows for either this applicant or the residential portion, whoever comes first. In all likelihood, it looks like we'll be there first. We intend to build it. C. Site requirements layout. 1. Will comply. So we'll provide hours of operation. 2. A. As a condition of approval, we'll provide more detailed grading plans, so we will comply. B. We know that there is a drainage proposal in Old Kings Highway which traverses Retail 1. The applicant shall clarify this here will be constructed in phase 9. Yes, we will comply. C. The applicant shall clarify if the entire site will be cleared and demolished prior to starting phase 1A, or if only a portion will be demolished. So the phasing plan for your reference is on page 57 of 62. And again, the comment reads, the applicant shall clarify if the entire site will be cleared and demolished prior to starting phase 1A.
This goes to earlier discussion, that we're just requesting more information relative to the phasing plans. So we would agree to providing additional details of the phasing plans so we understand the approach to the development. That would be great.
We should do this. Portions of the Kings Highway runs directly to the shopping center. The applicant shall clarify if the entire site will be cleared and demolished. We will comply. D, drainage facility shall be constructed prior to any improvements. Please verify phasing, we will comply. 3. Will comply. 4. Requires informational. 342,000, is there a correction that needs to be made to that? And stating that a condition of the redevelopment plan, that if the additional floor area of the current shopping center may have impacts on the amount of parking provided, therefore, if additional floor area is proposed in the future, the parking will be reviewed or revised. Please read. 5. We comply. 6.
Just for the board's information, regarding comments 4 and 5, the initial submission identified 341,000 square feet. There is a plan set submitted very recently that we didn't have a chance to review, but I know that indicates 342,000. So the numbers will be updated just so the board understands the slight discrepancy.
That came on March 6th. We started reviewing in February or March, and then we achieved the plan and submitted on March 6th.
So that just for the board's edification, that plan set, we had some details that provided some modifications over at the Wells Fargo, and we should also show the driveway cuts on the interconnect road, but the rest of the site essentially would remain the same.
And just so that another clarification, that there was another stormwater management report, a revised environmental impact that was submitted on March 11th that neither Rob's office nor I got a chance to review because we were almost finishing off our review letters.
And so you'll see when we get to the stormwater, we'll comply because that's legal. Most of that was addressed in the subsequent stormwater reports, but we'll get there. Number 6. We Number 14. We will comply. That's more information. Number 15. Site plan contains 2 pedestrian crossings. We spoke about that earlier, and we will comply. Number 16. As I testified, the crosswalks will be raised and will comply. Number 17. Talks about the interconnect road and the trucks. It is recommended that the applicant mitigate the condition using signage and will comply. Number 18. So number 18, this is based on a review of the vehicle circulation plan. Trucks are anticipated to utilize opposing travel lanes. To sheets 17, 16 and 17 of the plan set where we have our partial vehicle circulation plan. These are not exhibits, these are of course submitted as part of our application. And so, in discussing this with Rob yesterday, we show the WB67s throughout the site. Now, we do not have tenants, nor do we know exactly what size truck their deliveries are typically going to be, but we chose to show the WB67 can maneuver the site freely without hopping curbs. And having said that, in all likelihood, these trucks will be smaller size trucks, but we chose to show the worst case scenario. So, for example, on sheet 16. We look at the truck that's coming in and driving around Retail 1, and you'll see that as it exits Retail 1, it comes into opposing lanes. This condition is typical of shopping centers that have out parcels. These national tenants will have deliveries that are outside of normal typical operation or peak hours. I'm sure many of you have driven shopping centers and you wonder how they make these big rigs get deliveries in some of these out parcels because they're doing them mainly, they're doing them at night and off-peak hours. So this is not unusual to see this type of circulation. These opposed coming into another drive lane. Should they occur, or should there be a truck that turns in where it shouldn't be, we want to make sure that we get these trucks out of the site. So it's a very infrequent and manageable situation based on delivery, hours of delivery, etc. Unless there's a specific, and we'll look at that in more detail with Rob to see if there's something different we can do, because if you design centers, shopping centers, to accommodate this and not have these conditions, the driveways would be 80 feet wide, and the expanse of asphalt would be incredible. So this keeps the amount of impervious coverage to a minimum. We'll look at it with Rob to see if there's any specific opportunity.
Buildings 1 and 2. Where are you expecting those vehicles, trucks to come? 35, or is it interconnected?
So the way we're showing this routing is that this truck just came from 35, or actually in this case we don't show where it came from. We just show circulation around the building. But for these trucks mainly, they would be, if they're coming from Route 35, they'd be be traveling the Loop Road and coming into Retail 1 from that direction. If they were coming in from Twin Brooks Ave Extension, that would be the same circulation pattern. But so it's really these out parcels that are an issue with respect to having that concern. However, most of the larger vehicles are associated with truck docks, and those truck docks are associated with Retail 5. And Retail 5, as you can see back here, directly from either the interconnect or come down and get onto Route 35 through our internal roadway. But you'll see with these truck docks, this is more typical, and the expected WB 67 would be right behind Retail 5, as well as behind the Wegmans, and, I'm sorry, Retail 6. And the Retail 6 shows no interaction with pedestrians, direct connect to Kings Lane.
Question for you. Just want to make sure I'm reading this right. So sheet 16, you're talking about the WB67s, which I'm sorry that my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, but the WB67s appear to be kind of, at least among the larger trucks you're talking about, like 18-wheeler, big rigs, right?
They're the biggest, yes.
So at the bottom part of this, you've got little call-out squares that show different traffic patterns, kind of enhanced. And the fourth one from the left says WB67 exit connector road to Kings Highway. I believe that's saying it's going right. So coming out of the, I just want to make sure I'm reading it. Coming off the connector road, you anticipate trucks to go left, which would take them down 35, but also to go right, which would take them further up Kings Highway?
No, I don't expect that movement to ever occur, quite honestly, but it's there in the event that, just to do the analysis.
So that was a comment in our letter that we recommend that they don't make a right-hand move onto Kings Highways towards a more residential area. Recommend that they be directed to the left towards Highway 35.
That's a reasonable request.
There is no commercial traffic permitted on Kings Highway.
In addition, in that maneuver, the right-hand maneuver shown, they do cross into the opposing lane. Right. So in general, there's quite a bit of that in the plan. So I believe I heard they'll look into improving areas where possible. I believe I also heard in areas where it's not possible, they would look to limit the hours of off-peak hours. That's what I think I heard. I just like some confirmation of that.
Yes.
We could, just to ensure that this doesn't happen, that we could have an additional rule that all trucks will make a left and move.
Agree at that intersection. Agree.
And I don't understand. I'm trying to understand what was the purpose of showing the right turn.
We understood that the town trucks may use that route, but if it's already restricted, that's another issue, but that was a request of the town.
That was the town
To
trucks.
show
Okay,
that
that makes sense.
movement.
They would be. Okay.
Our deliveries will not come from that direction.
So, sorry, the interconnect road, there's not going to be any limit on truck movements.
Correct.
There will be truck movement limitation, no right, that I can't see from this distance on. That's the interconnect. Trucks will be permitted to make a right-hand turn.
Yeah, those would only be for the township's public works departments.
No, I understand, so what are the other turns?
We would be happy to put in a note.
DPW trucks making right-hand turns?
There's no reason why they can't go down to the highway.
Right, so we would
It's not a big deal.
put a sign at that location.
Just, no right-hand.
No right turn for trucks, and that would resolve that. We were amenable to that.
So any place where you're intersecting Kings Highway East, it's gonna say no right-hand turn restrictions. Whatever the driveway, whatever, there's a couple different intersections of Kings Highway East, right?
Yeah, you have two. So if you turn it off for 35, it works.
Coming off at 35, yeah.
As a truck, I have to either make a right turn onto into around store one, or a right turn onto the interconnect road. How do I keep that truck from going straight ahead?
Right.
I'm going where?
Straight
Going
ahead.
straight ahead.
With signage, I believe we may have.
No. Okay. I come up here, I have the right to get the building 1 and 2. That's fine. No. Now, when I decide no, I really want to go to the interconnect roadway, which is an option. That's the second right turn. How are we going to keep that truck from going the rest of the way up Kings Highway?
We're making a right, how do you keep it from going the rest of the way?
Going
straight. Signage.
Okay.
And that's the detailed discussion I think we'll have with your professionals who come to. We'll analyze every intersection and make sure we're all agreed.
I don't want to get bogged down, but we don't want to have conditions and resolutions that are just going to cause problems. So trucks are going to go on Kings Highway relocated because they go there now. Whether they're moving trucks, whether they're, whatever the truck they may be, they go on there now. Public Works trucks are going to go use these road systems and make right-hand turns and go on Kings Highway. So what limitation, as a practical matter, are we going to put on movements here? And then the next question I have is, after you've established that, how are we enforcing that? I mean, all the questions. Yeah, well, good, but then you'd also be restricting the moving truck, the other trucks, you know, I mean, so it's not, these are.
You want the deliveries to stay in the site.
But that's, so the sign should say that, there would be no right turn to the trucks.
What do you do with the UPS truck?
What do you do with basic furniture delivery truck? It's going to be filled with maybe 50 pounds, 50,000 pounds, and that's not a big truck. And they're going to come right down there to deliver it to the house.
This is a legal issue though too, because there's only so, you know, an engineering issue. You're only allowed to put up signage that somebody can enforce. It has to be, again, you know, there has to be some restriction. So we can't have signs up there that the police officers couldn't possibly enforce because they don't know what, if you can or can't make a right-hand turn. So I don't know where we are right now, but I'm just saying, I can't put this into a resolution with what I have right now. This is not enough. This is not clear enough. You're going to wind up with a mess.
After we meet with the professionals and we come to an agreement, I think we need to share that final resolution with you, Mrs. Mormon. And so you got to
share it with the board.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Would another way to solve this, I'm only looking at sheet 16, is to require trucks leaving from the interconnect road to only exit to the south of building 4, which is the theater, meaning going to the right there.
Here's why. You can't, because if that's going to be a public road, so presume somebody who's making a delivery with a big truck and is going to go, wants to continue up Kings Highway East, and just makes a right-hand turn on Kings Lane, goes, oops, this is not all right. I make a left-hand turn on a new road, I want to go up Kings Highway, he's going to go there, or he could come right off the highway.
I think this is totally too restrictive. I've seen a lot of shopping centers, and the drivers try to go the best way possible. Making it restrictive on the drivers and restrictive on the store side, I do not think that's the correct answer in this case. because I have never seen a shopping center that is restricting trucks going one way or the other. A lot of the old shopping centers had truck parking underneath the stores. We don't have that here. I can't see doing special signage for these trucks, delivery trucks. I think it's very restrictive on the corporation and in general for the truckers. They're not going to follow up.
We will have truck route signage to a certain extent, but yeah, you can have one at every intersection for signs if it becomes.
I can't see it happening, to be honest with you.
We know whether or not your traffic engineer has taken this into account, we're just going to get that testimony later.
You will get done there, yes.
Well, in terms, we're talking mainly internal circulation, and for the most part, you know, these national tenants, the truckers do have GPS and they understand how to enter and which entrances to use, for the most part, that's provided.
I didn't bring it up, you got it.
I think bottom line is this is something that needs to be further developed by the applicant, and it will come back to the board with some suggestions.
Okay, that was 17. 18. Tonight, I shall provide future errors. Agreed. 20. Agreed. 21. Provide additional information and testimony on the proposed patio area. This is an outdoor seating area, and we will have a representative to discuss that in more detail. It's an outdoor seating area. 22. So now 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. All related to the truck turns, and we will comply. 31, 32, 3, 4, 5, 36, 37, will comply. 38. Will comply. 39. Will comply. 40. So 40, the applicant proposing several 16-foot wide gates at the stormwater basin. We spoke about that yesterday in detail, and we will comply and find an alternative to eliminate guide rail along the basin. 41 will comply. 42 will comply. 43 will comply. 44. The proposed parking at the bank is closer than 25 feet from State Route 35 right away. The plan shall be revised. We double check that, and it is 1.3 feet into the right of way, and we will move that and we will comply. Onto section D, grading and drainage.
Can we clarify that? You said it's 1.3 feet into the right of way of the block. So you'll be
1.3 feet into the setback, the 25 feet. It's actually 23.7 feet away. So we need to be 25 feet away. So let's refer, so Rob, if you look at the, Mr. Fee's comment was that this particular parking stall, as shown on sheet 16 at the Wells Fargo, the redevelopment plan allowed for the existing parking to be closer to remain without any non-conformity. We strike this area, so technically it's a proposed parking stall. As a result, the proposed parking stall needs to comply with the redevelopment plan, and we check that dimension is 1.3 feet off. The other parking stall is an ADA stall, and that existed in the existing condition as well as in the existing proposed condition. Is that
No. So you just said existing condition, so existing it doesn't comply, and so you're, I don't know. It looks like it's proposed parking, but you could please explain.
There are two parking stalls. There are two parking stalls that that are within the setback as required as per the redevelopment plan. Okay? The ADA stall that existed, we're restriping it. It's the same stall in the existing and proposed condition. So therefore, it's existing and comply with the ADA stall. Do you agree with that?
To me, it looks like the plans are showing a reconstruction of that parking lot.
Correct.
Okay.
So you need to comply with.
But we did not modify, we modified on the opposite side. That head-on stall in front of the Wells Fargo exists today.
That's only about a foot and a half away from Route 35, right? Is that what you're talking about? The stall right now.
The first stall right next to Route.
It's right the curb of Route 35 next to the first stall, or about 2 feet away from the highway. Right now, the way it's existing.
No, sorry.
I would say you're constructing, you're leaving it as is, and that's existing.
Yes.
If you're constructing it,
We're not constructing it. We're not modifying the grade. You don't have to repave that section, but we're going to. It exists today.
So is your
That's
testimony,
how the redevelopment plan is written.
is your testimony that you are not reconstructing that's existing, staying as is, but you're providing maintenance by a mill and pave?
Yes. Let me double check the grade. There's an easy solution. There's an easy solution by simply moving that back and using one parking stall and we'd still be in compliance. But I'm not seeing that where.
there is an existing parking lot, it's parallel to, it's not perpendicular to doing traffic project, it's parallel to doing traffic. Correct?
Yes.
I'll cut this short, but we will reduce that parking stall. We will eliminate that parking stall from the setback and we'll lose one parking stall.
If that's the request.
Yeah, just
Rob, is that the request?
Are you going to comply with my question?
Yes.
Whether it's one or more stalls, will be in compliance with redevelopment?
those.
Yes.
Yes, we will comply. We'll eliminate this ADA, we'll slide that up the page and out of the 25-foot setback, and we will slide these stalls and not lose a spot on that side and slide that away from the 25-foot setback.
Thank you.
Sure. So we jump to E, which is grading and drainage. And given the information and the fact that there's, we will comply with all of these comments, so in the entirety of D, we will comply. There was, as part of D, just to highlight one discussion that we had with the use of number 51, the use of corrugated metal pipe is not recommended due to the poor durability, so we're looking into alternative materials for that. Local requirement. E is environmental. E1.
Just I have to make one point, and I don't remember which number it is. Within D, you are proposing HDPE pipe. So technically, that's a design waiver that some applicants have come to the board with previously. The ordinance doesn't even, doesn't discuss HDPE pipe. It discusses other styles, but I just want to make it a point that they are proposing it. I don't have any issue with it, so to me, it's a technical design. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you, Bob. E is environmental, E1. The statement closes with the applicant shall be obtain a new LOI. We discussed this, the permits that are in place, part of 2021, new LOI is not required. We would seek a permit modification for the GP6 and 11 as necessary. Number 2, document review indicates several permit applications have been issued. That's informational. Number 3, we agree FHA flood hazard area permit is not required. Number 4, GP6 averaging plan indicates that phase 1 DR electrical investigation is required. Testimony, last sentence, testimony shall be focused on the potential need to redesign any element of site configuration. We will comply with whatever archaeological requirements are of the project. Number 5, we have documents that we will submit in addition to what we submitted already, so we will comply with number 5 and identify any areas of concern with past environmental site assessment phase 2 work. Number 6, will comply. Number 7, discussed.
This is no longer applicable. We discussed it prior testimony.
So that's resolved, or yeah, that's resolved. Number 8. We discussed that. We'll file a permit modification if necessary. Number 9. We will provide agreed. F. We go into landscape and lighting. Number 1. Will comply. Number 2. Will comply. Number 3. Will comply. Number 4, 5, 6. Will comply. Number 7. Will comply. Number 8. Will comply. Number 9, applicant shall confirm that there are not any location for shade trees that are posed immediately on top of or within 5 foot of underground utilities. We do have a location where 2 trees are required on an handicap island, and there's a utility underneath it, and we did not provide the 2 trees. We plan on putting 2 trees there, although they may not be specifically shade trees, but we will we'll do what we have to comply. We have to make the modify the island or the underground utilities. It is a stormwater run, and we may have to add another structure to avoid that island. We will comply with number 9. Number 10. Will comply. 11. Will comply. 12. Will comply. 13. 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, will comply. 20, 20 A, B, C, D, E will comply. F, we comply. Referring to 4-inch caliber. That's correct. G, we comply with IESNA. H and I will comply. 21. That's informational, referring to the building department for light foundations. And then G is session miscellaneous, page 24. Number 1, we defer to traffic review for townships, agreed. Number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 will comply. Are there any questions?
I have a question about the interconnect road. Is there a shoulder on that road, or is it just a narrow, I guess, one lane in each direction road?
So 1 lane in each direction.
No shoulder. I asked that specifically because there's a first aid squad that responds out of Kings Lane, that if they use the interconnect road, respond to calls on that side of town, it would dramatically reduce their response time, so I'm sure they don't want to use it. And I guess it could be problematic, too much traffic and ambulance.
Well, it meets the township criteria for roadways. And, vehicle, if you're saying that if 2 vehicles pulled over, can you still drive up the middle? Yes.
Okay.
Anything else from the board? Anyone from the public? Questions for this witness about what this witness has testified to?
He's done with his presentation?
Well, at this point in time, let's clarify. So, Mr. Fittlemont, just make sure, Mr. Fittlemont's testified for this evening. If they bring him back, they bring him back, and they'd be subject to further cross-examination. But is there any questions about his testimony this evening? Do you intend to bring him back?
As necessary, yeah, we reserve the right.
So if he comes back and he testifies to whatever he testifies to, will be subject to continued cross-examination. But this cross-examination questions of this evening's testimony.
Yeah.
Excuse me, may I suggest we take 5 minutes so that folks can look at the presentation?
We tried earlier to get the plans to face the public.
The core report will need a break too.
It's whatever you guys do.
If she's good, never mind, no excuse from her.
Not a
We'll do 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
respond to the testimony. Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about the board is the whole thing, not the people you got. Full name, please, and your address. So this is for questions.
Okay. In July of 2015, the planning board granted Village 35 the general development plan. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
This plan, also called a GDP, I'm just reiterating for some of the people that don't understand what we said, was requested by the developers because the site is over 100 acres. The last GDP included many protections for the community that were given away in the recently adopted Circus Liquors Redevelopment Plan. And I'm bringing this up because it pertains to the site plan. So the GDP stated a maximum 45,000 square foot store stipulation size. Now we have this 130,000 square foot way into retail. And then retail 5 also is listed on the developer's website as almost 100,000 square feet, which doesn't seem to exactly mix with what is on the plans here.
Comma, is that right?
You
have to have a question.
Yeah, well, my question is that correct? And is that,
I know, that's what I said.
is that allowed? I'm sorry, I can't hear. Is that allowed and is that correct? They're two totally different things.
That's not really a question for Mr. Fittemont. That's more directed towards the board professionals. And I think the short answer is yes, the redevelopment plan now is the governing law.
So it can have, even though it says divided into multiple tenants, that one store can be a giant big box, almost 100,000 square foot store, is what you're telling us.
Yes. However, that's not how retail works. In the depth of that, retail would never have a single tenant, and that use would be, that retail depth would have to be, in all practicality, broken into multiple tenants.
It is broken into multiple tenants, but if you look, if I can just give this is from their website. I don't know where I am. You can just see here.
Well, is this one of your exhibits? I mean,
It is, this is the exhibit.
Exhibit 1.
Right here, it just says.
Wait, first of all, if you have an exhibit, you have to show it to them.
Okay. That's the only one I have, I was going to get it in. So just here where it says retail 5, which is this, you have it separated into different numbers for the whole strip. And 5 alone is 98,000 square feet. Correct?
Is there a question for the panel?
Yeah, that is the question, because it's just.
Well, first,
Yeah.
let's have, you try to keep order. So if they've seen it, now we're gonna mark it. So we're gonna mark it, you can, 01, you can do that, just put 01 on there. You're gonna have to leave it behind, just gotta stay with the board. And just tell us what it is, where you got it from, how many pages?
Well, it's one page.
Or it's stapled.
Oh, sorry, the back page is a picture of the current plan, where we have some comments here.
Well, if 01 is one page, then let's leave it at that. Just put 01 on the front.
That's fine.
And where did you get that from?
This is from the MRDC website, and it shows that this, I'm trying to find, right here, this building alone, it's showing on here is 98,000 square feet is what they're showing, just for that building alone.
So, just to clarify.
The plan for the board, it's on the website.
Right.
Check there, is that showing you?
This entire retail 5, this entire building is 156,000 square feet. This section here is, I'm going to say, 50,000 maybe? A little more than that. But to the extent that you'll never get a single retailer that's going to...
No, not here, just here. Well, I'm looking at your site, it just says right there, this one box is being shown as pretty much they're offering it at that 98,000 square feet. That one box right there. So I'm asking, that's confusing, are they trying to get a tenant for that
I
stuff?
mean, it's a proper question. She's taking something off the internet and saying, here, I have this dike, I have this drawing. Is this correct? Is this consistent with your site plan?
That's what I'm asking.
I can tell you that we are looking at 2 separate tenants.
May I
interject? I actually took a look at the plan. It's 209 feet by 278, and it's approximately 58,000, Monica, that portion. 58,102.
So it's 58,000.
That portion right there.
This box right here.
Yes.
Correct.
That's 58,000.
We're looking at multiple tenants for that box today, I can tell you that. But that doesn't mean we are restricted to that based on.
You're not amazing, you're the engineer, it's not amazing.
Okay. Can you elaborate on what kind of store is going to go there?
Not with this witness.
Okay. Okay. I think it's kind of deceiving that you have that on your site, though.
I disagree.
Okay. Okay, the developer is requesting 1,676 parking spaces and is required only to have 1,535 spaces, which is 141 additional spaces. We have some articles that Ollie's going to come speak about where Wegmans has been reducing their square footprint in many of their stores in the U.S. right now. So this one being 130,000, they've been making them 80 and 90,000. If that could be the case where this store could be reduced and maybe take some of that property and add it to possibly extra parking space and possibly turn a part of the parcel into open public space, we think that would be a good use of it.
There's no question.
Can the Wegmans be reduced as it is in other parts of the country? Why wouldn't that be something that the board would request?
Since Jeopardy.
You have to make it in the form of.
Will the developer be willing to do that, Mr. Polacastro?
Holy that's me not. Only because of that. It's not for me to articulate, I'm not the witness to that question, but the applicant is not.
Also, the Wegmans have in other parts of the country paid for road infrastructure as well. Is that something that you discussed with the Wegmans by any chance?
Not so much.
I'm not sure why that has not been discussed. It hasn't come up at all.
It's not, it's honestly, it's not very much. It's not even, it's very far away.
It's questions from this.
Never get through that.
Okay, sorry. Okay, let's see. There's an article that Mr. Rico did for the Two River Times, where he stated residents will have the ability to walk, jog, or bike down to the center. And he said it's a live, work, play. We want to know, where is the play on this property? You've seen your layout. We don't see any reason for anybody to play here. There's no open public space. I mean, just a larger sidewalk in front of a store is not open public space.
I guess it's how you define play, but we have walkable, nice area in front of Retail 5. Wegmans also has nice sidewalk and outdoor areas. There's the theater where if you want to think of watching a movie, that might be considered playing. I don't know what play is.
It's not his state. So if Mr. Rico testifies, have that.
Can you testify to the sidewalk width on the connector road? If I recall, the redevelopment plan allowed for 4 feet. Is it still going to be 4 feet, or is it going to be higher?
4 feet.
4 feet is really only for one person. I mean, if you want to have a person with a stroller or a jogger and somebody walking, if you want 2 people jogging down the half-mile road to the wall, to the mall, is there any way that the sidewalk's going to be 6 feet? Is anybody looking into that?
No.
Okay. Are there trees on both sides of the connector road?
Yes.
Okay. pertains to you.
We have to just leave that one, that was water. You can leave that.
Yes.
Only
We'll
one.
probably leave it with.
Well, with this man.
Anyone else from the public? In the back? I'm sorry.
Please give your full name and spell your last name.
Sure.
My name is Oli DiCenso, that's D-I-F-L-C-E-N-S-O. I live at 59 Kings Highway. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. We're testifying about the board of public relations. So, God. This is not for testimony. This is that you lapse into it. Don't start there.
Exactly. Questions for his testimony?
Okay. I'm really frustrated because I feel like this is a slam dunk, what's going on, but I have to ask. The public would love to see the density reduced. And the reason that Monica was talking about Wegmans and small footprints is that we feel that if there's a smaller footprint, there will be less traffic, and we keep coming back to traffic. So my question is, a question to the developer, is,
According to the engineer, right?
or to the engineer, well, can this be made smaller? Can this be reduced? And part of the reason for it being reduced is so that it truly can live, work, play.
I mean, it can only be made smaller, that they can build to the permitted density, the permitted square footage pursuant to the ordinance. So, if the developer want to make it smaller, they can always make it smaller. This is what they propose, it's within the scope of the redevelopment.
And just to clarify to the board that, and remind the board actually, the redevelopment plan sets a maximum of 400,000. They are proposing 341,000, which is 342,000, which is 15,000 less square footage. And the GDP approval from 2015 also granted them 400,000 square feet. So this is not inconsistent. And in fact, if I recall correctly, this iteration is, I think, has reduced the square footage from what was presented in 2016. I'm again basing it on my memory. I don't remember the top of my head.
325.
But I have or I could be wrong. But nevertheless, it is the GDP was for 400,000. The redevelopment plan permits a maximum of 400,000, and this at 341,000 is 50,000 square feet lesser.
We're not trying to give you a hard time, right? But you ask the question, can he make smaller? Sure it could. I'll answer for that, sure. But they're allowed to build this small. This fits the ordinance. This square footage, as Sam has said, is less than what they're allowed to do under the redevelopment.
And the original GDP.
And just to put it in perspective, the underlying PD zone, if we were to use that to what's allowed, the FAR and this and the other, I believe it permits up to 600,000. So this is almost 258,000 lesser than that.
So the rest that I have to present, I should wait till public comment.
If it's going to be comment, they're not questions of this witness, then.
No, there'll be comment.
Then that's later.
Yes.
Yeah, please state your full name, spelling your last.
John Sheffield, C-Z-E-P-I-E-L.
Can you do that to me one more time?
C-Z-E-P-I-E-L. 19 Highway.
Thank you.
We're testifying about the report, truth, the whole thing, what we got. Questions, please.
Mr. Goodman, in 2016, there was a plan presented, how many square feet was that? testified today that the current plan is 342,000 square feet. To recall what the 2016 iteration square feet was. Make some. Does anybody on the board recall?
Nobody on the board is in the growth, but whatever that was, the redevelopment plan has now come into play, and that's the controlling development rate.
NRDC's, I believe NRDC's presentation was approximately 325,000 square feet.
That makes it
larger, so it can be made smaller. Thank you. Next question. Sir, you talked about the commercial ingress and egress. I understand you're not a traffic engineer. This is a question that you brought up since you testified to that effect. Has any consideration been made so far on traffic circulation for trucks for how they enter the site? I've heard a lot about coming in and moving around, but where are they coming from? So just purely northbound on 35?
So, yeah, as I mentioned, that would be traffic testimony.
You brought up the truck circulation.
That's traffic.
Please don't interrupt me.
That is the traffic testimony.
We're going to be polite.
I was trying to let Mr. Goodman speak.
So that would be traffic testimony from another traffic engineer who did the modeling external to the site. So he would be the one to ask that question.
So there has been consideration made, to your knowledge, of how trucks enter the sites from routes 35?
Yes.
And there will be testimony to that effect, including volume of truck traffic.
You'll have your opportunity to ask the traffic.
I'm just asking, is that going to be presented as part of
I don't know this full line of testimony, but if you ask him those questions, I'm sure he'll be able to answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
State your name, please state your full name, Tara Fleming, Fleming, 49 Randy One Site. Thank you. Thank you.
So just, swear something that before the shareholder, just what we got.
I just wonder, has any thought, or what thought has gone into, being more of a 21st century, what thought has gone into anything like sustainability, green roofs, solar panels, electric charging stations? This seems to be a very old-fashioned sort of concept.
So we have electric charging stations on the site. As far as the building is concerned, you have to talk to the building architect. I'm not aware of any solar panels necessarily, but all building now has to meet building codes, which are, I'll say, much better in terms of installation and efficiency than in the old days, quote unquote.
Would they be willing to consider looking into some more green and sustainable practices here, like such green roofs or solar use? I'm just,
I think those are questions for the architect, and they can explain what they incorporate into their design that meets those sustainability requirements.
Right. That would just be, basically to do, looking forward as opposed to back. Can you, I don't know, can you tell us any other stores besides the theater and the weapons, or you don't know yet?
I don't know, there's only two on the board.
Is there any proposal to keep the garbage from the dumpsters out of the wetlands, and there's a wetland near there, and they're blowing into the wetlands?
There'll be ongoing maintenance, and based on my experience with this applicant, maintains quality shopping center.
Okay. And the movie theater, will there be an alley behind it? For any kind of, I'm wondering about deterring of loitering?
Well, there's not an alley behind it, but there is an access road for vehicles to enter and exit from.
And also, thank you for keeping our clown. backs, the backs are all around a perimeter of the property. If they put, I think if we would be able to put some inside, near the store entrances to the stores, and a way for people to ride, because that's a pretty large.
We're ready to look at that with professionals and see other opportunities. I think there was a comment about the theater, so that makes some sense. Like the theater, at least.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jerry Hood, 29 Carriage Drive.
Can you just say that?
A-H-O-O-D.
Thank you.
Please raise your hand for testimony about the individual something else.
Yes.
Questions?
Question for you. Was there a requirement for notification of road service on the Carriage Drive? That building on the property, that retention basin, so that property is being used to build. Was there a part of
The applicant had a list of everybody within 200 feet from the township. They sent out notices to everybody on that. I don't, that's rather expensive. I don't have it printed out in front of me. Maybe we have something.
Page one of the site plan, on the left side.
Yeah, but that's not the list of people who got, that's just the list on the engineer's plan. So did you get notice? Well, I don't.
None, as far as I know,
I'm not exactly sure. Can you help on this, Mr. Can you tell me, you sent out the notices? Right.
You said that a lot of this.
Right. So were you within a condo? Sorry, no, you were a single family home. And this is the applicants, this is what they submitted, they conform, in my opinion, to the statute. But let's go through.
I have notified on previous times when we were talking about the whole site.
I understand. So we have I understand there's quite a few notices.
M-A-H-O-O-D.
I know this is, let's go through and look through the list that they got from the town. They're in the back of your submission. Right? I don't know exactly how these are organized. Let's go through. I know they're not. They're distances from the subject property, which is in itself broken up into different lots and blocks. So this is time consuming, but we'll do it. And
So far, I do not see Jim.
yeah, I don't see it either, but that's why we're going to go through. It's going to take a minute and do it. Now, as we're flipping through, if your name's not on the list that they got from the town, they're allowed to rely on the list. I can't tell you why you're not on here, and I can't tell you why you got it on that. But so far, as I'm flipping through, you finish. So this is, there are a lot of sheets here, and I'm just trying to quickly scan them.
Is he outside the 200 feet?
He might be, but
Right, yeah, but remember before, it was for the entire track.
This is a
Now,
small track.
this is for only the detail.
because that lot's not yet been subdivided. So, they noticed within 200 feet of the entire plat, because they're the smaller lots have not been perfected, so the tax records only reflect the existing lots, the number of lots, but without reflecting the subdivision. And as we're looking through, and I'm sorry it's taking this long, but you can imagine, there's a lot of material in there, and I don't see your names. So, that you may well have, should have been on it, but you're not, and the applicant is able to rely upon the list that he got in the township. Why that happened, I can't tell you, at 10 o'clock at night. It happens, perhaps. I mean, they do this through a computer system, right? You have like GIS software, and
I don't do it, I don't do it.
yeah, but you're here tonight.
Is there anyone on that street on that list? They're all facing to the back of the property at Carriage Drive, that's it.
Okay, we're not picking you up from the audience, but they're allowed to rely on the list. That's another question. I've gone through about 30 pages here. I can do it again, but that's a different question. Your question is, you did not get notice. That's correct. It appears to me that you're not on the list, so that would explain why you didn't get notice. Yep.
Okay, well, I guess I don't know what the requirement is.
I think I tried to explain. They're allowed to rely upon the list that they get from the town.
So the township is screwed up.
I'm not saying anybody's screwed up.
Yeah.
It could be beyond the 200 feet too. I don't know if you are or not. So the tax assessor's office generates a list that is given to the applicant. They have their computer software from which they generate the list. By statute, the applicant is supposed to rely upon that list, is what Mr. Gorman was trying to explain. So whatever the tax assessor's office generated is the list that the applicants are going to rely upon.
It should be the whole tract rather than just commercial tract.
Yes.
It is.
There's a problem. Okay.
But the good news is, with the world of Facebook, you're here.
Okay. One of the things, is this property that you, is it completely developed? It seems like one of the things that happens with every one of these areas is 6 months, a year later, you come back and want to build in parking lots. Is that something that is in the plan, or is there room to build it in the parking lots, or what?
I don't know what the future brings, but I can only speak to what I've designed. And what you see is what we hopefully will get.
Sure, there's nothing laid out for future building.
I have not worked on any such plans.
And you don't know that.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right. On your row of trees and things, is it mostly just a single row of trees, or have you built like multiple layers so that you actually have a buffer, a site buffer?
It depends on where you are on the site. In some instances, it's just shade trees. In others, it's a cluster of trees, as you can see along Kingston East. We did the cluster and blending in with existing trees as well.
Down the interconnect rows, is there an intent to have a buffer to make the back of the stores
Yes.
go away?
Yes, no, there's significant evergreens, so you can have year-round coverage of the backs of the stores along the interconnect.
One of the things as you go through the Circus Liquors parking lot now, every time it rains, there appears to be a lot of water streams that are flowing because the water will be flowing in that parking lot days after the rain. Is there a concern for any streams underneath any of this?
parking lot runoff or other reasons, but there's no issues with in-ground storage or anything like that.
Can you know, this is not what lawyers do. We don't like to ask questions that we don't know answers to. But, so, Carriage Drive abuts the rear of this property?
Yeah.
No, the side of this property. Let's get the orientation right. So I'm not-
The east side of the property.
back towards the road. It's the rear of the residential.
Yes.
So, let's be clear. There's nobody on the list that got notice on that. Nobody on Carriage got notice.
To clarify, on the subdivision, as I said, carriage drive vehicles, and that's on sheet one. I think Mr. Colangelo.
Right, so, on the subdivision plan, some help would be required here, Mr. Walker. So, on the subdivision plans, they're listed. So, you have a couple sheets of preliminary and final major subdivision. You go through there, I see your name. So you're on, this is the engineer's compilation of those addresses. You're on there as well as some other people, you know, other, whatever, people on Carriage. On the front page, this again, this is not the notice list, but on the front page of the site plan drawings, you're not shown on there. So, and as far as I can tell, you're not in.
I don't know about any people on Shepherd or.
Let's just stick with you.
Okay.
You're there. We can talk, you're here. As to the sheets attached, I don't see any, again, 30 or 40 pages to go through, but I don't see any Carriage. And so I'm going to ask the applicant to either point me in the right direction, help, clarify, explain, because I don't think I reviewed it, looked okay to me, but let's see, is there someplace else that it's in here?
I didn't see it, Mr. Bowman. I didn't see the names.
Okay, so what are we doing?
Well, again, we submitted the list, we received the list back.
Well,
And we will certainly provide over-inclusive notice.
let's just slow down a second. Carriage Drive abuts the subject property. Clearly, Mr. Mahood and others are within 200 feet, so you can just see. They are on the front page of the subdivision list, and again, that list generally comes from the same list that you, not perfect, the engineer sometimes has their own list, sometimes there's some discrepancies, but it's on the subdivision list, it's not on the site plan list, and it's not in the book submitted for the proofs. So I'm asking for help, I'm asking for an explanation, and if you don't have one, I understand.
I'm currently not going through all the lists, and your general engineer, I don't have the answers, but we will certainly provide that.
Can I ask that we take a break for a second? Because, you know, otherwise we're going to start getting technical and, this. No, I understand. I just want to talk to you. I'll get our through. Yes,
Two Rivers
Put them on patch. YouTube channel. Township Middletown open government. I've been advocating for them guys for the meetings. Probably about 10 years now. Keep it up. Good job.
Okay. So, we don't know, and we're not solving the problem at 10:50. So, we'll have to figure out that notice issue on our own, looking at what happened, the paperwork's not here, we'll figure that out. For right now, though, since Mr. Fidemont's here, the people who are here, if there's any more questions of Mr. Fidemont, of the people who are here tonight, now would be the appropriate time to ask those questions. And then we'll sort out that issue, and when we figure out an explanation of what happened, then we'll have to react to that and figure out the next, what happens next. But for right now, my suggestion is that Mr. Fidemont be cross-examined by anybody else who's here, and just Mr. Mahood asked the best question so far tonight, and in the form of a question and everything. So anyway, thank you for bringing it up, better now than ever, and we'll figure it out what happened. Mr. Brown, if anybody has more questions of Mr., I hope they're not that complicated. But, you know, but for right now, if you have any more questions, we proceed with those.
So is there anyone else who would? Okay.
It's Bruce Nash, N-A-U-C-H, 36 Spruce Drive.
Could you raise your hand, please? Swear testimony of the board that you told you about this.
Copy that. A quick question is really about landscaping. When I'm thinking of NRDC, and I'm thinking of the only local NRDC property in the area, I'm thinking of the Coles Plaza in Hometown, which in my opinion, there's no landscaping. Terrible. Right down the road is another strip mall, Homedale Commons, where Best Buy is beautiful. They do a terrific job of landscaping. So my question is, how can we ensure that this project is going to be more like the Homedale Commons? Seasonal landscaping, mulching. I know we talked about it, but the only evidence I have is, you know, like I said, the Coles Plaza up the road, there isn't any landscaping there.
I can't speak to that other project specifically, but you can see from the plans here if you're mentioning your landscaper. Or
No, no, just a resident.
a resident interested in landscaping. But if you look closely at the plans, you can see the plethora of landscaping that's on the site, and it's not unique.
Okay.
And there's an obligation to maintain, just for customers and reputation and everything else. This is a positive site.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is David Ham. I have one property with some questions. And I just have some questions.
H-A-M-M, H-A-M,
H-plan.
H-A-M.
Says James Ellis.
Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. You're going to get sworn in? You're going to testify?
I have questions for Mr. Fitzgerald.
All right, the first time you say a fact, I'm going to make you get sworn in, okay?
Okay. I have questions of these. We've had discussions about water It's a major concern with running dry.
Okay, put your hand up.
Yes, sir, thank you. Okay, the question is,
You didn't get far.
Running Drive is great development on the other side of the farm property, Heritage Drive and Parish. You're having a problem with water that will not perk. There is a big retention basin at the end of it. And I can see that you're going to bring the water to from this section on Kings Lane. It's got to go one of two places. Across the highway, which is not going to go. The water goes this way. From Learning Drive, it goes theoretically with retention basin, it's not going there. It's going back into the back end of Heritage, the next development over. So, and Sleepy Hollow Road is flooded this week. There was 3 inches of water all the way across the road. That is the creek that follows the natural water flow, the natural river from this entire water.
Comma, isn't that right? That's a question.
Well, I'm asking where you want to put the water. There's only 3 places you can go. Jew Street, out the back of the property, across Sleepy Hollow, or across the highway, which you can't go because of flow of. Where are we going to take it?
So the discharge points are back to Route 35 along the majority of the site, and that goes to Town Road. And then there's a portion that the residential will be that goes to East Creek. So those are the 2 locations.
Second question. There was a question from people in the audience about water on the property. Back there are 3 natural springs on that property. One in the middle of the Toll Brothers section, one on the Kings Lane side, and one right under the parking lot in front of Circus Liquors. That's why you can't keep paving the parking lot. The water pressure there is incredible. I've repaved that once before, so I know. The water just blows the pavement right. When they made 2 guys, which is for their properties across the street, that was backfilled. It used to be a low area where the water went that way. When they raised it up to a tornado, the backfill was, which should have been purple sand. It doesn't. The water has to go across to the pond, which drains, of course, under the road by the Dunkin' Donuts on the island, and that goes to where you're saying it's going. So, I mean, where is this water that's naturally under that entire corner of the property? Goes from Sleepy Hollow all the way over to the next condo complex of the highway. And on the other side, it's all the way back to Kendall Road. We lived there for 27 years. When they built Gilbridge Parkway, the water level went up. We lost a whole bunch of backyard there. The pressure from putting houses, pavement, and roads, the natural drainage was through the ground, can't go through pavement. So, I mean, this is going to create that big problem. That's an answer I'd like to hear. Where is it going to go? And how are you going to drain it?
So the project by the DEP's perspective, and they control the discharge to surface waters for their program, the DEP does. And in their regulations, we're all obligated to comply with their major development. So that's, we have to reduce the runoff of the site for 210 100-year storm events. And we meet those reductions. So this, we're talking about surface runoff in the existing condition has to be reduced after you built everything. And that's why that's why you have these basins. So it's acting like a big bathtub. You're filling the bathtub and you're bleeding it out slowly back into mainly along Route 35 into the existing stormwater system, which eventually discharges to the Town Road.
Okay, a little back. On Highway 33 in Hightstown, I remediated 14,000 acres of ground on both sides of the highway for big old Hightstown. They were potato farm for surface ponds and surface water. There's a clay layer in this farm that's 16 feet down. How are your retention basins when you water has a basin? Where do you drain that? It's clay bottom. It doesn't work.
Where we have infiltration, we do have a couple of infiltration basins. We poked down and 10 feet below the bottom of the basin and didn't find any restricting ones.
Okay, you referenced the New Jersey soil manual.
No.
Soil conservation book.
No, the NJDEP stormwater rules and regulations.
Well, go to the soil conservation book. It was
printed in 27, and I think in 72. It'll give you the hydrology of the entire quadrant in Middletown, and you are not going to stop the water there. Read the soil book, it tells you where the layers run, where the sand is, where the clay is, and where there's the hard pan. You can't perk up that. So you're either going to have to recontour this place, which in your testimony you said you were not going to do, or the water's going to want it going to Heritage, to Running, to Kings Lane. This is an impossibility. Either shrink it down so you don't generate more water. All these people that we drown. Running's already going underwater. And that was an approved development project with good ground, with 2 retention basins. The ground is draining. It's the low. This is 16 million-year-old alluvial valley.
Mr. Chairman, there's a question I think was answered.
I'm asking, where are you going to make this stuff go, and nature couldn't make it go?
We're discharging to surface waters, and we're reducing the surface water runoff rate. So from that perspective, we're improving the flow characteristics.
That's surface water, I understand that. Right. You can put that into pipes and bring it down the highway.
Right.
You can't redrain what's coming up from the bottom. The water table's only 13 feet there. That's what a natural water table is in a valley. It's a valley. The only high part of that is right where the Circus Liquors are. Only one time to use Carlo. That's where fossil beds are. So, I mean, if you're not going to recontour it, how are you going to stop the water from coming up when you only got 13 feet to deal with? To the water table, natural water table.
That's not been, there hasn't been any indication of any issues based on the test that's been issued.
It's a simple test. Take an auger drill down 13 feet, washing water come up. Simple as that. 2 feet down with a bucket of water, do soil test, isn't going to prove what it looks like. That's all it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martin Dunning, DO, Antelope Beach, 152 Heights Terrace.
We're testimony about the truth, all truth, and no truth, so you got it?
I'm also the chairman of the Environmental Commission. When I listened to the testimony, is there a date for the new updated stormwater plan? When that will be submitted? Date, section D, you seem to just say, we'll have it. So I just want to understand, is there a date when that's due to the planning board?
I don't have the date on me, but I know the applicant recently submitted a revised stormwater report, and which we didn't have a chance to review yet, as we discussed earlier this evening. Perhaps the applicant knows the date of the report.
We received it on March 11th, and I don't know what the date is, but we received it a week ago.
The date of that report was February 22nd.
I haven't gotten it in the mail, so it was an extra copy. I believe a copy is required for the Environmental Commission.
We'll distribute it.
Okay. If you're going to do that, is there a way to get it as a PDF?
We already have the PDF.
We have the PDF.
Yeah, as a PDF. That would be a way to distribute it. Because again, it just,
Before you go any further, you said the date of that report is February 28th, 22nd, and we/the professionals received it March 11th,
Yes.
and there were revisions to that since then? No. That's just the
February 22nd version.
Okay. We can make sure you get a copy.
again, I just noticed there are a lot of comments from the engineer,
We had a lot of comments on the previous ones, so we just want to get the opportunity to review it and make our comments. Okay, so that's pretty much the question. Okay. Yes, there are a lot of considerations, as the previous person said. There's more considerations that we had about.
Let me end some of the mystery here. I'm looking at the list that the applicant has attached to their notices. And lot 825, lot 53 is the back, what do we call it, the farm property. And we gave them 7 properties within 200 feet of that. That's on the list that the tax assessor's office gave for the applicant. I think the error's on our end. Lot 81 of this subject property is the last portion on Kane's Lane as you go up to the left, that kind of rectangle in the back is mostly wetlands, where Shepherd and Carriage kind of come together there, whatever. And on that one there, we identified 3 properties within 200 feet, all of them being Mountain Hill. None of the people on Shepherd are on our list. So that Mr. Polakowski doesn't start screaming at his associate on the way home.
I already texted.
Or, nobody's getting fired tomorrow morning over there. It appears that the list that we gave did not have Shepherd Drive, Carriage, etc. on the list. That's what it looks like, going through it. That's what they appear to do what they're supposed to do under the law. That doesn't mean that they're going to do it again for next time. Because next time, we're all going to do a better job, and we're going to get the notices out to the people who should have gotten notice, that didn't get notice. But this hearing tonight is valid, in my opinion, unless something else, but as I have time to go through this, it looks like he did what he's supposed to do. Mr. Mahood, thank you for bringing it to everyone's attention. Better now than later. Well, I'm just saying, it looks to me, unless there's something else, and I had a chance to go through, and, it came up rather quickly, and it's not easy to go through it, but in the subsequent 45 minutes, it looks like they did what they're supposed to do.
That's fine. What about the residents that didn't get notice?
We will send, obviously, re-notice for the next hearing, in any event, and we'll make sure that they get notice.
If our GIS program didn't spit out the right lots and lots, if that's the case, which appears to be right now it is, and I've calmly tried to go through it here, they had a right to rely upon our list. If our list was faulty, our list was faulty. And they complied with the statute. That's what it looks like.
No, I'm not denying they did not comply. That means nothing to people who live over there. It should have been noticed, regardless of whose fault.
Yes. So I think what we need to do is generate a better list. And in the interim, the people who didn't get notice, I'll leave it up to Mr. Polakowski as to how many people he wants to send out notice to. But I think as we all look at this, and if people didn't get notice that should have, they're going to have to get notice just because we have to cure this problem now. And for their next hearing, those people will get certified letters. Whatever was my right now at 10:30, this night counts. Part of the record, in my opinion, unless there's something else that I'm missing here, but I went through it pretty carefully. I can see what happened. And whatever, you can just see when I looked at those 2 lots, which clearly on the plans, lot 81 and lot 53, which are pretty big pieces of property, should have some neighbors, and they don't. So something happened, I don't know. Can't tell. I think right now, subject to change, obviously more facts, something else can happen, but it looks like, I think it's in fairness, raise the issue. I think that I could see that more clearly half an hour ago. I see it now, it looks like our or mistaken.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, my name is Susan Penrose. I live at 12 Cloudwood Court, it's in Kings Landing. To add to the mystery, 3 units in Kings Landing.
Please raise your right hand. Please tell us what you call you know the position you got.
Please spell it P-E-N-R-O-S-E. I'm in Kings Landing. 3 units in Kings Landing received the notice. And we have 135 units in the community.
Because now I can explain that real quickly.
And our management company also did not receive notice.
The land use law says we send it to whoever is listed as the owner of the common property, and that's it. Condo associations, for whatever reason, the land use law does not require, and I think they obviously they were contemplating more like high-rise type building. That's the law. They sent it to, and again, we can go through the book again, but they sent it to who they require. It's a quirk in the law, that's what it is.
Then why did 3 units, separate units, receive that notice?
Because my guess is, whoever generated that list for the town, put them on there.
That's correct.
So how do we get our residents on that list?
Can't.
And how am I to be assured that my residents somehow are going to get to know that there's going to be a public meeting about the property that's right across from our
It's
property?
late, it's been a long day, so I don't want to misquote the statute, but maybe Mr. Polakasper can help me. The statute provides, the land use law provides that basically you send it to, for a condo association, 1 notice to the owner of the common property.
That's right.
And that common property is going to show in our tax records as whatever it is. That's where it goes, 1 notice. It's then their obligation, the way the law works, their obligation to tell everybody else.
That's fine. So how do am I assured that Mr. Polacastro has the right contact with Kings Landing so that we get the notice to that 1 person and then we can...
In all fairness, we're not going to go through this right now, but my guess is that it's in there, and whatever it is, if we listed it right, if we listed it wrong, if we listed it 3, he notified us.
We did what?
We noticed pursuant to the list. But if you were giving me your name, I have my name, you noticed that everyone knew that. And that was Paul Schneider, the corporate idea, we just couldn't get it accomplished. But if you give me your name and with the appropriate address, we have no problem giving you your, we'll add you to the website.
Okay, thank you very much.
My name is Laura Patton, P-A-T-T-E-N, I live at 23 Parish Drive.
Sir, that's what I'm going to do.
Yes.
You didn't get a notice,
I
right?
did not get a notice, no. But my question was, a gentleman like people ago talked about the water table and everything else, and you said, oh, well, our test showed that it was doing fine. So is there going to be anything else additional done based on his comments, or are you just going to say, well, our test looked okay, so we're good? Like, how are you going to address those concerns, or will you address them? Or is it just going to be, we did what we feel is our due diligence, and that's it?
Additional borings are necessary for the buildings, and at that point, those borings go really deep to up to 50 feet deep, depending on the experience and whether there's seismic calculations that are done, so it's involved. But there'll be more geotech investigation.
Okay, and that will be another chance for
If there's an issue, it'll surface because they're going to cover the building footprints.
Okay. And then I think this is something that possibly may be addressed later, but someone brought up sustainability with the buildings. Is there going to be a point to the legal question about getting like certification on these buildings or green practices or anything
I think
else?
that's your part.
Yes.
And there'll be another public meeting where we can address that.
Yes, that will be our next witness, actually.
Okay, great, thank you.
Which will be at our next meeting.
That's what I meant.
Anyone else from the public? Okay. Oh.
meeting? Is the architect present?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, so that's, and then after the architect, then.
It's up to them.
it's up to them.
Wait, there's no.
Traffic.
Okay, so it's architect and then traffic.
That's our decision.
Okay, great, thank you. That was easy.
All right, where are we carrying to?
Well, on April 17th, we have not sworn. So that's no business, well, we went first. And I believe we also carried Golden Road, April 17th. So, we tell me, do I carry the April 17th as well? Now, there is another issue that they have to provide us with the plan in a timely fashion. So it does.
You do understand what timely fashion is?
Yes. That's exactly okay, so that's.
It's 21 days, we said.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can read from our, I think it says.
It's the March.
Any changes, after I thought correctly, 21 working days prior to the next meeting.
Yes.
Well,
21 work days a month.
Yes.
It's 19 days.
Okay.
So, then where are we carrying? Second meeting in May.
Suggestion, you could call our architect next meeting. It's 17th, if suggested. And that would take time for us to resubmit.
We'll do everything
And also
else.
give your professional time to
Digest.
digest. If that's possible.
Because a month after April 17th, then is May. A month after April 17th, May 15th, which is where they can actually do.
So they can have their architect testify that night? Could they have other people testify that night?
I that,
Yeah.
not strong, and will you, but not strong.
But that's all has to show up.
But they have,
That's not the question. The question is, can they bring somebody else?
I would suggest that they get off of it, unless we want to be here to different.
No, I'm saying, can they bring somebody beyond the architect?
Yeah, we can.
So who would you bring? So can they do that?
Traffic, architect and then our traffic,
Does it need to be,
I would just leave it to the operator for now. The traffic. I would leave it to the operator for now. Just given the fact that we have a not strong.
Here's what I'm saying. If we're telling that, if we're making a limitation on their witnesses, which is where this was all going, and then we change our minds, it's unfair to them.
No,
So can we leave it at, you're bringing their architect and maybe, I mean, I'll leave it up to the architect.
Our architects do not believe on direct, will be very long. Great question, a lot of questions, I'm sure. His direct testimony will not be on very sure.
well, then I would say, as well as the traffic.
You can start traffic.
It's good.
In Middletown is April 3rd. Yeah.
So no further notice required. They're carrying to April 17th. If it turns out that the notice was deficient and the applicant then we'll all do our best and get new notices out to people. to the people who were not notified previously.
And how are we going to shoot that?
Well, I don't know.
He's going to get, they just walk around for a picture.
Who's going to move this? Otherwise, we're in the same boat.
I think we have some internal issues to resolve tomorrow. I think that's what we should start. Tomorrow morning, we figure out what happened.
We may also bring a representative, in lieu of traffic, we don't have a sign, we also have a representative from Wegmans here, which also would not, which also, Mr. Rico said it, but also would not be, I think, lengthy and direct, but I'm sure a lot of questions in public, but will be, perhaps tomorrow, which has to do with traffic, all these. If that's possible.
I think it's better on the deep.
I think it's better on the old. Continuity. So that's what we all anticipate, subject to scheduling.
If I could just ask one question. So you discussed resubmit or submitting new documents. Could you give us a heads up when you anticipate to resubmit? And I'm asking because some documents have been submitted recently, we haven't reviewed, but if you're going to revise the same documents, I don't want to have to review them twice, so I just want to get a handle on it. So what would you be submitting? Revised site plans? Revised site plans.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll hold off on the review until we get the revised site plans.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's April 17th, at 6:30?
Yes, I don't think you're on first, but.
No, but the first round is. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, for the notice, yes. it's
Thank you.
6:30. Thank you. Yes, ma'am? I'm going to give you the third question.
Yeah, my third question now. April 17th, there's going to be the architect and Wegmans.
Correct.
Correct.
All right, anyone else? Any other comments?
Here, April 17th, it's not Mr. Fittlemont. That's the only thing. It's not Mr. Fittlemont.
Or the traffic.
I don't know. That's up to you guys.
He's ready to assess
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
But,